LCQ's COD is the only one not being streamed. I think the unfortunate thing with EWC, and I've said this a few times. Oh, my camera's out of focus. Let me fix that first before I start yapping, because then the clip is going to be out of focus and people are going to be like, L fucking streamer. Yeah. Your notification said flank tonight? Oh, well, that's on me. Oops. Yeah, I'll fix that. Okay, so let's talk about EWC. Oh, 1 second. Here's the issue is EWC really lacks a lot of year-to-year continuity. They're in year 3 of doing this shit. And there's always going to be drop balls. Like there until there is like a set process and continuity in the same games, the same stuff, same time. There's going to be stuff that they drop, and this one's kind of disappointing because like the LCQ is a good idea, right? Having a 100K prize pool is a great idea. I appreciate it, Juan. We'll see you in a bit. But then not streaming is weird because like if they knew the scene, they knew that like not everybody's teams are going to qualify for EWC, and like people are going to want to watch. It's a soft time of content. There's nothing going on these next couple of weeks. Everybody's playing clubs in Elden Ring and fucking all sort of shit. So, like, it's a real drop ball, and I hope the EWC kind of figures it out. I hope that EWC kind of figures it out over the next few weeks, or sorry, next few days, because it's this weekend. Because there's a lot of interest, a lot of good teams playing in this tournament, and like it's gonna look really bad if the only way to get updates is like people just like tweeting a tournament. Like it's gonna, it's not you know what I'm saying? Wow, that's my EWC thought. Why did I pick up AG? I think it's a combination of AG definitely only wants to go to certain situations. I think what AG's probably trying to do right now, what a lot of people have done in his shoes, is he's trying to find a duo to convince that they should team for next year, and then they're going to build a team or go to a team about being a team of 2. No, EWC will be streamed, the LCQ. You know what I'm saying? So that's really kind of my thing on that's just my thing on AG is just I think he's a weird wild card in roster mania because I just don't think he's going to get in a top team, but he may become the anchor of some Boston or Carolina or Vancouver thing this year. So who would fit with him as a duo? Any aggressive sub player. The problem is AG's got to change his play style though. Like the thing with AG is the way that he plays is not it's not a plug and play style. He is a very baity sub, and you have to basically build your team system around it. And you know, it's tough. Like he is at a crossroads in his career. I think he's a great player, but he this next opportunity is big for him, or he's just going to be going down the TJ path. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I don't know if he wants to do that. So I don't think AG is going to LAT. I'm not sure TP Rocks is going to happen with that. I'm not sure. They got to figure out that whole clusterfuck, bro. This is a whole clusterfuck. My FIFA crashed out yesterday, bro, because I'm sorry, bro. I'm sorry, bro, but people in the TeamSpeak are fucking pussies when it comes to clubs, bro. We were playing terrible and no one's taking it seriously. And Berg fucking crybaby cheesed when I was like, yo, can we like lock in? It's like, bro, I don't want to sit here and lose for an hour and a half. You find that fun? I don't. So it's like, bro, like he was, bro, I love Berg. Berg's my guy. Love hanging out with Berg, but like he was crybaby cheesing so hard yesterday. We were playing fucking terrible yesterday. Awful. We that's actually some of the worst clubs play I've ever seen out of the boys in TeamSpeak. And if we lost one game and won the other, I'd be fine, right? I played last night, for example. After the touchdown, I played with Cap and Astro and Connor and them, like all the fucking the Madden guys, and we had a good time. We didn't win every game, but we were playing good team ball. We're getting cheesed a little, but it was like we were having fun, like because we were playing good ball. I don't like sitting there in TeamSpeak, and then it's like we just giggle after every turnover. It's like I'm not playing FIFA. I'm playing FIFA to have fun, and losing and being down 4-0 every game is not fun. And then people like getting mad at me for being mad. And it's like, well, my time's being wasted, you know? So. That's why I got upset yesterday. Because I played for an hour and a half and we weren't fucking winning. Yeah. That's why I was tilted yesterday. I hate playing wing because it's like, bro, it's so, when we play so bad and like we don't build up to the middle of the field, then everybody just doubles and triples the wing on the other team and it's impossible. What's good, Mr. Justin? So, that's why I was tilting yesterday. Then I made dinner and went and played with Cap and them and had a way better time, so, you know. Is frequency in the map pool for EWC? I have no idea. I've not seen the EWC rulebook, guys. I have no fucking idea. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. But the streaming situation, there's nothing I can do, bro. That one's on EWC, bro. There's legit nothing I can do about that. There's legitimately nothing I can do. No bullshit. That's on EWC, bro. One second, I'm trying to get some fucking show times for Spider-Man on Thursday. I'm just trying to text fucking nameless. I don't know what to tell you guys about the LCQ thing. I saw that August qualified for FNCS Grand Finals. I mean, that's not surprising. But like, I don't know, bro. The LCQ thing is a big drop ball at EWC. There's always something they fuck up every year, and this one is a bit of a miss. So hopefully they fix it. Hopefully they do something. Even if they're just giving like a clean feed with no casters and gameplay, like that works. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they seen something. They seen something. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna be honest. The IRL thing was never gonna fly. Justin, they have literally told everybody. So unless it's happening and they haven't told anybody, Justin, people have messaged them. And they said there's no plans to stream it. So I don't know what to tell you, Justin. Because I literally don't know what to tell you. Unless there's bad communication at EWC, which wouldn't surprise me. Legit, they have basically told everybody that's asked, hey, like, the LCQ is not being streamed. So, I don't know. Sounds like if they fix it last minute, they fix it last minute. It is what it is, you know what I'm saying? But, like, I was under the impression all the LCQs were going to stream too. When I was there 2 years ago, they streamed the LCQ, so I don't know. We'll see what happens. Oh, like, good shit this weekend, Richard. I was tuning in. Good shit this weekend. I was watching the content. It was good content. And even the squad. It was good shit going on. Good song. Yeah, good song. When will ESL buy CDL and make COD great again? I mean, they already basically are. They already have an agreement. Okay, so it's a bit complicated, but like, they already kind of have a big agreement with Activision. They pretty much run all the CDL outside of like some of the league office stuff. I mean, the league office is down to 4 people. Everything else they do is basically run by EFG. So, I mean, it's not like it's pretty much as close as it's ever going to get at that point. So just letting you know on, you know what I'm saying? Like, had some good chats with Mr. Puckett. Hey, that's a squad right there. Dude, Puckett's a psychopath, bro. This is Puckett's like actually make coin. Like this is the 6 weeks of the year where Puckett just makes absolute coin. That guy went from Paris to Vegas to Paris and worked 3 back-to-back shows on 3 weeks. And he's still got another couple more weeks. Puckett's an insane person, bro. And I tip it. Bro. He's sitting there fucking grinding. My guy, Chris, bro. Does one get a ring? I have no idea. That's up to Paul. Yeah, it's well, so the schedule's a little bit confusing on the website, and I think because there's two stations, and I haven't, by the way, like yet updated the site. Like I'm waiting for to see the handbook because I'm not quite sure how some of the bracket seating works yet for me to build it. But looking at the schedule, I think there's 2 stations. I don't think that this is like I don't. Day 2 is 2 streams. No, I know with the combo start times, but I think there's 2 streams on day 1 too. I don't think an hour and 15 minutes is like gonna work. So I think there's 2 stations, and I think it's just staggered, but we'll see. Day 1 is 1 stream. I mean, it's the timing then doesn't make sense here. It's not gonna take more than an hour and 15 minutes to play the best of 5, but sure. The smoking Papania. This is gonna run way longer than this. 6 games. Is this 9 local or is this 9 my time? No, it's 9 my time. What the fuck? No, it's 9 my time. GMT -4. It's East Coast now. Yeah. Okay, well, I'll be live at probably 7. Yeah, groups are best of 5 and playoffs are best of 7. I'm not quite sure how the seeding works for this. I'm trying to figure it out. I'm messaging some teams, see if I can get because I'm going to update the site with it. But I need to figure out how. I assume 1, 2, 3, 4, all the winners of each pods. I just don't know who goes into the second slot these quarters. So, Ohio to Paris flights price bend for EWC. I don't know. I mean, let's see. Fuck it. I don't know. If I randomly went to Paris on Monday, let's see. How fucking stupidly expensive it is. July 28th, leave the 3rd and out on the 10th. Left on Monday. Probably cooked. Man, we need 1,200. We need to. I need to go fucking Delta. Hold on. Fine, it can be airline. 1,300. Not too bad. I don't know, Alerted Coyote. I don't know. Only 2K miles. Yeah, okay. I mean, it's not a bad flight, honestly. 2 o'clock. Get in at 4. Eat a quick dinner at the lounge. Get in like 7 a.m. Tuesday. It's pretty good. Honestly, a pretty good flight. Who cares what the way on the back is? Oh, it's not too bad. 11:30. Actually, yeah. I mean, actually not too bad. 1,300 is actually a lot cheaper than I thought it would be. But we have no plans to go to EWC at the moment, chat. Take your private jet. Well, if you knew ball, you would know that rich people who don't have express reason take a PJ, take business or first class when you fly over oceans, because crewing and FBO costs and fuel costs if you're flying to Europe or fucking Asia is astronomical and absolutely not worth it. That's why business and first class products are very lucrative for the airlines, because that's what fucking rich people do. If you got a PJ, unless you're fucking like, I don't know, Taylor Swift. But if you're like any running mill company executive, right? They have a PJ to get from point A to point B quick. They're not taking the PJ to go from like New York to Paris, bro. Fly fucking a regular airline for that, and you just take first. Did Prayer Neptune ever get a team for EWC? No. They will factor into. I mean, we could have this convo because I kind of am gonna make a video about it. We're gonna watch the Bush thing in a minute too, but I've been kind of meaning to have this sort of like where we have it, like roster mania. Like who might make a change for the teams that we give a shit about, and like who, you know what I'm saying? Do you apologize for pissing off Bergie? Listen, I love Berg, but like if he can't take criticism playing clubs, I don't know what to say, bro. I'm not gonna sit there and lose for hours. So if he's got a problem with that, then I'll just go play with other people. Like I love Berg, but like I don't give a shit, bro. Like we were just like not caring yesterday, and that game is not fun. We just consistently turn the ball over. Like that shit is not entertaining, bro. I'll go play with other people. I'll go do something else. Okay, so like here's the roster mania outlook. This is the big six. I don't really care. Anyone else outside of this six is like, they're going to make changes, bro. And they're going to have to wait. So anyone that's not in this six, not disrespect to like G2 and Boston and like, they're just, you know what I'm saying? Like G2 are not like factoring into like the top end of like what's going to happen with roster mania. They're going to be in a holding pattern because they still have a good team. Sure. Same with Miami. They're not at the moment like in the point where I think they're going to compete with these squads. Like they're waiting. So these six I think for the most part, kind of like set the tone for how roster mania is going to play out. Okay. So I think for Optic, it's really the key question is, two key questions are, you notice my title, bro. I don't even want to talk. One, after you left, it went downhill, bro. Last night. Don't even get me started. Last night, Juan. We just didn't start. We didn't fucking try. These are the two main questions for Optic. I'm really phrasing it as questions because I think it's the best way to approach this convo. For Optic, and I can go through the data here in a bit and really dive into it if you guys want, is like, who's costing in finals? My guess is everybody from a data perspective. My guess is if I dive in, literally everybody. Because they're really good outside of that one series on Sunday. Outside that Sunday series has been bad. And my guess is you're going to look at the data and it's going to be like, well, the easiest upgrade path is Kyler. But then when you drop Kyler and you look at who you would potentially pick up, they're not going to backfill on the way that he basically just calls out everything for everybody. And so that is going to, yeah, you're going to generate more skill, but like Optic's problem is outside that Sunday series is not getting kills. It's communication at times. But on Sundays, they have had a problem slaying in these grand finals. They have gotten cooked in slaying in the grand finals. And that may be one of their big reflections. Which also gets to the third point, and I'm going to argue this to a death, and I think some people are going to disagree. But this is my other Optic thing. Okay. We'll have a lot of time to talk about this one, but we're getting to a point now with how this year's played out that I think there's a real convo to be have Optic about. Do they go down the path of, say, FaZe and Falcons? Toronto does it too. Do we want to bring in someone that we trust to handle the performance aspect of our team and be focused on trying, like their sole goal, right? That's what Matt does for FaZe. Their sole goal is to try and get individually in the team to have the highest level of trust in daily preparation and consistency and like control the mindset and approach of everybody so that the coaches can focus purely on the tactical system prep, you know, like counter matchup stuff and not have to handle all that other bullshit. And leadership's part of that too. But like, I don't know. I don't know if Optic's kind of there. It's you either have to be in or you're not. If you're not in, if you're not going to be 100% in, it's useless. The FaZe guys are all in. Like, to an extent that even they haven't talked about publicly. Like, they do stuff. Listen, they do stuff in that camp that like, it'll come out eventually, but they do stuff in that camp that you're like, yeah, no, I think other teams are not doing that. But it's like, they just, you got to be in. If you're not in, then it's pointless. So that's why I'm putting this third. Okay. Performance coach is funny as fuck. T2 all year and run table last year. But here's the problem is that they're 1 for like 5 in finals this year. So at the end of the day, they're doing everything well, but whatever's happening on Sunday, they need to clean up. Because my guess is that 1 or 2 of these other teams are going to make a super team and are going to be just as competitive next year as Optic, and you don't want to be behind the boat. And do they want to? Well, optic's a huge wild card for me because I think they could stick. Okay, BENJ prediction. That's my BENJ prediction at the moment. Is I think they're going to think about it. I think they're going to think about it, but they're going to end up sticking. And I think it is what it is. I think some people will disagree with it, but I think they're going to look at it, but I think they're going to say, you know what? It is what it is. And I think they're going to end up just running it back. But we'll see. I could be wrong. We'll see. We'll see. EWC is a big determiner of that. If they go to EWC and they win, I think they stick 100%. Because at that point, you're like, okay, well, like, same thing with that phase that 1 year, a couple years ago. It's like, we know our standard, you know? But if they go to EWC and they lose again, I think they tilt. The problem is, we'll get to it, that this only a couple of players that would make them better. And I don't know, for a number of reasons, if they're going to be able to get that done. FaZe is the most interesting one. They just won champs. So it comes down to, is the upgrade, Hydra, Scrap, worth it? I want to do this because I think I don't have multiple questions. For FaZe, it's really just one. I don't want to do this. I think FaZe will think about it, chat. And to the point of, I do think they'll actually be like, you know what, let's think about it. But I have a feeling that Falcons are just going to offer too much money to Ernie for him to turn down, and I think he goes. And I'll be okay for FaZe because I think right now they have like a very good team unit, and I don't really. The only thing for the team unit is just continuing to just be as locked in S&D as they were at the event. That's like their biggest. At the end of the season, like their respawn was really good. I think if you're a FaZe fan and you watch champs, their respawn was excellent. I mean, that was probably the best hardpoint that a FaZe team has played over a consistent period of time of like more than a month. Even during the dynasty, say during like Cold War, their S&Ds, I think, is just continuing to just, and I think they have the blueprint now of just more. I think it's two things. 04 kind of said this in the interview we had with him last week, like him communicating more to Simp of when they need to run together. And Abuza being more comfortable, like being an island player and getting to a point where he's comfortable enough to make plays. Once they kind of keep mastering that, their S&D will be like way more consistent. But like the respawn's good. Okay, that's the Aluka thing right there. We'll get to that. Boots at SMG? No, he's running an AR, bro. What? Thieves is where this gets interesting. Thieves is where this gets interesting. Thieves is where this gets interesting. Because Nade Shot basically said this. and I think it's Shock Boys.
You getting rid of Scrap? I hope not. Only way we get rid of Scrap if he doesn't re-sign with us. I'll bring him back every year for the rest of his career if he wants to stay. Even if the guy starts shooting like me, I'll keep him. It's going to be up to him and his agent. Paco going to Paris? He might. I don't know. I don't know where he's going to go. I mean, I'm hearing rumors that FaZe or Optic might make a roster change, but Hector would tell me if he's going to go after one of our players, thankfully. He's got that relationship, which is good. There's a world where Paco leaves. I don't want him to, obviously. I'd love to keep them both. We'll see, though. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen. We still got EWC, gentlemen. Neptune 100% LAT should go for. I mean...
The fuck is playing in the background? I was like, hold on. I was like, what the? I was like, Nature's listening to some epic music. I'm like, no shot.
Get rid of Scrap.
Listen, this is... why am I saying a look at the Falcons? We'll come back around on that. I think that the way Matt addressed this is, look, it's not really up to us. We know that we're going to try and be as competitive in offering the re-sign package, but they may go their separate ways to their projects. And then I think it really comes down to like they have some pieces to rebuild around. What? Caveat on that. Does he still capitalize his fucking AI? Actually, I don't know if he does anymore. Does he do it like that? I don't fucking remember if he does. Still. Does he still fucking capitalize it? He does. Okay.
If he doesn't re-sign with us, I'll bring him back.
So here's my BENJ prediction. BENJ prediction for Thieves. I don't think they can keep I don't think they're going to keep the situation together. And I think there may be a lot of changes in the Thieves camp next season. I think there's going to be a lot of changes in the Thieves camp next season. So I think Hydra, Scrap, leave. I think Kremp. LAT makes a move for Cramp. I don't know what's happening with coaching. I don't know if they're going to go that far. I'm not sure. I'm not really sure who they would get as a fourth. I don't know if they bring Byron back. I'm going to be honest with you. The way that Niam played this year, I don't think that Niam and Byron would be a really good combo. They kind of really need like a... I mean, I might be the one to say it. They kind of would need Dan back, but I don't know. I don't know if Dan's gettable. I think Dan might be general mates next year. Because Niam, listen, I'm going to be the one to say it. I don't think Niam played that great at Champs, bro. And it's his first Champs. I'm very curious to see how he plays at EWC, especially if their team's kind of like a little mentally chalked. Because I think Niam had some good performances this season, but like he's aight, bro. My takeaway from Niam season 1 is that like he's aight. And then season 2, he's going to have to really have a marked improvement because even though he won that one event this year, gonna need to step it up because it's not like his spot is like auto locked. You know what I'm saying? I think they should try. I think they should give him another year. You know, I think Niam's good, but like he's got to continue to get better. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Mo could go here. There's a lot of ways they can go. I think they're like Thieves will end up probably being, to me, if they were smart, Abe Kremp, Niam +1 is like a very good team. That is a solid way to build like a top 4 team in the world of these other squads. And as long as everybody's on the same page, they can build a good team. I think if you're a Thieves fan, even if they lose Paco and Scrap, I don't think Gabe's gonna ask to leave. And I don't think that well, here's the thing for Abe is I think the SMG market's a bit interesting next year. Now that Joe's off the table, I don't really see where Abe can force his way to. That's gonna be better than the Thief situation, unless he's trying to go to Falcons. So I think he may just have to be patient, but he'll still be on a good team. I think Thieves can cook. If you're a Thieves fan, you're just not gonna have a super team next year, but like there's a lot they can do to still have a good fucking team. Like Thieves can do a really good rebuild, a quick reload, like pretty easily here. They go the right way. These are key questions for mates. For me. Is they have a pretty good team, but they haven't yet really outside of Major 1 kind of hit it this year. Paco is the obvious ad, but do they try and replace Dante? I think Dante had what I would say is a very up and down year, and I think you can make the case either or way, unless you're in the room, that they could keep or lose him. I think hasn't played this year that like be undeniable in keeping a spot. So to your point, like they could go really young and say Ethan's disgusting, let's go fucking get him and pair him, and like we have a very good young squad around Dan G with the leadership and Paco, and we're gonna be fucking cooking. Or they could say, you know what, we like Dante, we're gonna keep him. I don't know what general mates want to do there, but like my guess is that here's my bench prediction. I think Hydra joins after a long battle with Falcons. Mates drop Sib for Ethan. That'd be my prediction. Ninja Hudson on stream after champs. He called and text all the players and coaches after champs. The only person who didn't respond is Paco. Interesting. Yeah, I think Paco's gone. Falcons is not on Hydra's radar, man. He is. So, not sure why you're saying that. I know for a fact that they will attempt to sign him. Falcons are going to definitely go after both Paco and Scrap. And don't listen to the other way. Hydra has no interest in Falcons. You say that until they send him a big contract offer, and then he has interest. So don't believe anything you hear now. They will attempt to sign him. And his agency will probably put it out there that they are interested because they need that leverage with general mates if they were smart. Or maybe they're not smart, I don't know. But if they were smart, you know, they would make it known out there that Falcons are interested, create some links with Optic and FaZe as well, say they maybe re-sign with Thieves. You need to put as many balls in the air, even if they're not very inflated, because you need the perception that there's other leverage out there. Otherwise, you're doing a disservice to your client as a fucking agent. Falcons camp would know he's bluffing. Yeah, but they also want to win, and so they're going to try anyway. They don't give a shit. So what? I don't think Faye's a weird one to me. I don't I think they will do the smart thing and talk and think about it and say, look, like, should we not like maybe upgrade? I just don't think they'll go for Paco. I think they will probably talk to Ernie. But I think he's gonna end up going to fucking Falcons. Brother, the Saudi money ain't like that anymore. They're legit changing their entire investment strategy. I think they will attempt to make the best team possible. I feel pretty confident in that one. But sure, yeah. I think agents always lie about interest in their player. Yes. And that's a bad way to do business. I think that if you're an agent, the way that you play that to not piss off other teams is you're very truthful in the room. You don't lie to the teams you're talking about, but what you say publicly out to like the press could be whatever. Yes, Creed, but you know what? Okay, now I need to have this macro conversation. Team Falcons is still trying to spend the bag. Okay, they still want to continue to win EWC every year, and they also very much want to win a championship in COD. Okay, they are very invested in trying to get a championship in COD. They want to do it with a Saudi player. They may not be able to do it with a Saudi player, and they're very much aware of that. Okay, they will attempt to make the best team possible this offseason. If it requires them to spend a lot of money, they will attempt to. Okay, so just block out the noise. I'm telling you right now, and people in chat know I have a very good history when it comes to Rostermania and reading Rostermania. I'm telling you right now, they are going to throw in with every big free agent this offseason. And they will attempt to buy out people off their teams. Okay? Like they will attempt to buy out the players. So like, I'm just telling you right now, don't say, oh, well, Falcons are just gonna, I don't know, like fucking dick around. They're gonna try, bro. Now, the thing with Saudis is that because of the Iran conflict, they are, yes, trying to free some money, but you need to think smarter. Because if you're thinking smarter, you would understand what was coming out before the Iran conflict. Because before the Iran conflict, there were news articles about, hey, the PIF has spent all these money on these projects, and a lot of them are pretty fucking stupid. Okay? And you know what the war allows them to do? Use something called force majeure. So you can get out of these contracts without significant litigation, and then be able to run back some of the investments in things they know we're not going to make money, or not passion projects, so that they can get more cash on hand. Now, I will tell you, gaming is a passion project for the royal family. They see a big future in the gaming space, so they are not going to run back their investment in the gaming space. So yes, for the like shipping lines and all the other random bullshit the PIF is invested in, Live Golf, they may run that all back, okay, and take that money back. But for gaming, like they're still gonna pump money in, okay. Oh. So Falcons in the interesting one, right? Which is, the key question to me is, do they keep Exton in the starting lineup? That's how I know Ben's doesn't listen to a single podcast Paco made. What do you mean? I'm sure he will. I'm sure Paco wants to go to fucking Gentlemen's, guys. I'm pretty confident on that. Okay? I'm pretty confident that he's going to end up going to Gentlemen's. But I'm telling you right now, Falcons are going to try. Okay? Falcons are going to try. So, I think he will still end up at Mates, guys. I think that's probably the most likely destination. But it's not an auto lock, bro. It's not an auto lock. So just keep that in mind. I think he will inevitably end up at Mates. I think it'll be him, Joe, Ethan, and Dan. I think that's a really good team. I have a feeling that's probably where it's going to end up. And that'll be a very good squad. And if I'm a Mates fan, I think that's like I think that's a W. If that happens, I think they cooked, because you get Dan with Paco, which, you know, they obviously teamed 2 years ago and like they were decent. Paco and Dan had beef. I don't think Paco and Dan had beef, unless you know otherwise. I don't think that they had beef. Unless you guys know otherwise. I haven't heard anything about Paco, Dan. I know there was a lot of bullshit on that team, but like, do you guys know something I don't? Is there some Paco Dan beef? Where do you guys hear that from? I've never heard that behind the scenes. They really, I gotta be honest, the clip of them arguing backstage, but I think that's because Dan and Paco care. I don't think they had beef, bro. Here's the thing though, is if I'm mates, I really don't think they should drop Dan though. I think Dan had like a pretty solid season, and I think Dan's the type of player. Dan is like the type of player that you can definitely win chips with. Dan's a bit of a tweaker for sure, but like a lot of players are. I don't think you really drop Dan though. I think he like Dan really cares and tries. I don't know. I think Paco and Dan figure it out, bro. Paco told Nadeshot to drop Dan along with Scrap. How do you know this for a fact? You type this in my chat. How do you know this for a fact? Send me a clip right now. You just typed that in my chat. I've never heard that. That's insane news. Arnie said it in an interview. Send me the clip. I've never heard that. I feel like that would have been like a big deal on Twitter and Reddit if that had come out. But sure, I mean, the problem they dropped Dan though is like, I don't think the main AR options this window are that good. The problem with mates is that if it's Paco and Joe, they drop both ARs, and let's say you're picking up Ethan, right? You need, like, who are they getting? Is mates gonna try and then get Scrap? Hayes sending me a link is probably a brick roll, bro. I'm not clicking on a Hayes link, bro. Also, there's no time on that link. I'm copying this and putting it in another window because I don't believe you. Yeah, you see, this is why I don't click Hayes links, bro. Instantly, once I hover over it, I see what it is. Get a moron. So I don't know. Yes, the Rencore option could be interesting, but I think they're gonna think about it and keep Dan, bro. I think they're gonna keep Dan. I'll say this about the Thieves situation last year. There's a lot more than what's been publicly said about what the fuck happened to that team last year. And I think it's a bit more complicated than you think. And I will say it goes beyond even the players. Like there is a lot going on there. So I'm gonna be honest, even I don't know what's actually true. I just know a lot of shit happened. And then what happened is afterwards, all of the players who either left or stayed all kind of put their story out there. But there was a big breakdown in that camp. That camp had a big fucking breakdown. Yeah, it's really the net of it. It was a collective, massive fucking breakdown that happened at Thieves at the end of last year. That's why Dan got dropped. But then they try to pick Dan back up, which is the funniest part. Nick with the Twitch Prime, appreciate it, man. Thank you so much. Which era mates choose to move on? Could end up on Thieves? Yeah, potentially, Nick. So, why are you confident about Paco wanting to team with Dan? Because I think Paco's going to think about it and realize that, him, Joe, and Ethan are a really good trio. There's a lot of like playmaking with that trio, but they also are going to need someone that's like going to be kind of consistent Eddie. And I think Dan can do it now. I think Dan still got shit he's got to work on, but I just like, you could bring in Rencore and maybe they want to go that direction, but that's obviously a risk because like you're putting Rencore in a full English speaking environment. How does he follow through on that? I don't know. So we'll see. Could they get Scrap? Maybe, but I have a feeling that Falcons are. My prediction is Falcons are going to throw Scrap the mega bag. In fact, I'm going to say this. I think Scrap's going to be the highest paid player in the league. Exit will go on loan. And then I think a Luka joins either permanently in a buyout from FaZe or still on. That being said, the fourth is impossible to predict on this one. I don't really know where they'll go there. Could be fucking Knox. It could be literally anybody. I have fucking no idea what they're gonna do. But I think Falcons are gonna be so desperate to get Ernie that they're going to offer him a stupid fucking contract. Abe is gonna be. It's gonna be like him. Abe is gonna be like him, Kyle, Nissim, and one, and they'll be like if they're locked in, they will be like a very good top 3, top 4 team. That's very annoying to play with if they're like so locked in. But there's no like, I don't know. I mean, I guess Abe could try and force his way out to like a Falcons. But I don't know. I don't know if Abe's gonna do that. That one's kind of hard to predict. There are gonna be other squads that are gonna be interested in Luka that he would rather join. That's a great question. Could that be the mate situation? The only thing is Paco, Joe, like Ethan and Luka is a really interesting mate squad, but directionally, it's pretty much all on Paco to kind of like direct that camp, and I think that's risky. So we'll see. That could happen. Do I think FaZe run it back with the Luka? No. After they won champs, I think they want to pursue a Luka's development. Could a Luka go to Thieves? Sure. Do I think he goes to Optic? No. I don't think they drop anyone for him. But there could be better. Like I could see a Luka looking at the market. You know, I think FaZe will. When I talk to Kason at champs, I think they're like pretty much like, yeah, wherever Luka wants to go, we'll like figure it out. So you sent it on Twitter. How'd you send it to me? You just like tag me in it? I don't see it. If Paco got an Optic offer, you think he goes to mates? Now you're 500 IQing this. So that is the wife. Optic is the biggest wild card in this whole thing. Optic is the biggest wild card in the whole offseason because they might lose complete full after the season. And it could go in any direction at that point. It could go in any direction at that point. Now, I'm going to give Spit some tea. Which is, Paco, as you guys know, tried to join Optic a long time ago. That's been discussed. His agent super fucked the whole situation up. And to a point where there was a huge fucking breakdown. Amongst the league. There's a lot of shit happened. The net of it is that essentially there was bad faith negotiating going on, and then like 11th hour pivot, and Optic got very upset about it. New York got very upset about it. And it created a whole fucking situation in the league. Like people were rip shit mad. I don't think that there was any blame on Paco in that situation. So I think that's all water under the bridge for Optic. But I definitely could see Optic losing full and like making a run of Paco to drop Kyler, which would put Kyler on the market, which then I think Kyler goes to Falcons 10,000% in that situation. I think if Optic make a change, I think Hook goes to Falcons. I think Clay then is like, I think Clay and Cod and them over there are like we will throw whatever, and Kyler will bring culture with Clay, and we'll actually build something. I think that would happen. Chris is going nowhere. I'll be honest. I think Chris goes. I think Chris is staying, bro. He's not going anywhere. They just want champs, bro. Odds for face change for scrap? Oh, I don't know. Depends on EWC guys. I think Chris is going nowhere, guys. Purge? Okay. Merc is going nowhere. Optic will be rip shit. Optic will not let Merc go to another team. Like, I'm gonna be honest. The only in order to leave Optic, you have to endorse it with Hector first. I don't think Merc is gonna want to dip. He's an unrestricted free agent. I think that if any, here's what I'm gonna say is gonna happen. I think if FaZe, Thieves, Mates, or Falcons have any conversation with Merc, I think Hector is going to be particularly upset, I will say. I think he's Optic lifer. I think if they haven't already re-signed him, they will re-sign him. I don't think that he's going to entertain other offers. And I don't think that he's going to play the market like that. I think he goes nowhere. So, I see your vision, guys, but no, I think he stays. But this is where I think Kyler goes if he leaves. I think this would be a coup for Falcons, though. If they get Kyler's still going to work on a Sunday issue. But MC Kyler, Aluka +1 is like low-key a very good sleeper team next year for Falcons. Whether that's Exnin or Ernesto, like I'm not worried about the roles because Aluka or MC could run a sub. Or they keep Exnet, I have no idea. But guys, the problem with Lurks is Lurks' contract, he's locked in, bro. And I don't think that Carolina is going to want to sell him for anything less than 6 figures, which is ridiculous. So I think, unfortunately, the problem for Lurks is that he's not going to be one of the first sets of dominoes, and someone like a Thieves or Toronto or Falcons may try. But I think that he might be fucked. He might be fucked this year. We'll see. He might be fucked. Metro, to be honest, I don't even know if he can pull that finesse, but maybe. Because I don't even think... Maybe you could. I just don't know how long you would have to sit to pull that finesse, though. I don't know how his contracts are written. I don't have one I can look at. I don't know what happens with retirement if someone retains your rights for like a year. I don't know how long you would have to finesse in order to get out of it. Also, you wouldn't get paid. Maybe, you'd be sitting around doing nothing, like twirling your thumbs. Neptune and AG, there is a world where I think they team with each other, which I think is a bad idea, but it's possible that is going to happen. I don't think that it's hard for me to predict where Nep and AG go because I think that Paco is tier 1 or S tier SMG prospect. And everything's going to depend on what happens after that. And that's a bit hard to predict. I think Kiz Kiz, I think I can see Kiz on Toronto. I'm pretty sure Kleenex is on 1+1. I don't think he's a full free agent, but I'm not 100p on that one. So that's right. I think I have a sneaky suspicion that this is a if LAT is smart window, they try. Although I think Toronto is still probably potentially not happy after what happened with Ernesto. But Kleenex and Kips could force a way out. I think this is where if Falcons or Mates or Thieves want to go a different direction, they will try and go in the direction of getting a Toronto player. So I think Toronto could actually Toronto are basically like Newcastle right now. I think all their good players are just going to get bought. And the Toronto fans are going to be fucking pissed about it. They literally Brentford, fucking Brighton, fucking Newcastle right now. Like I think they, you know what I'm saying? But I think this is essentially, can I do like a, yeah. Do G2, they're a wait and see. It's gonna be impossible to predict that one. This is like the market setters. Even Toronto's hard to predict. We'll see. I actually wonder how on point. I think some of this is gonna be wrong. I think this will be a crazy roster mania chat. I'm gonna be honest. I'm really excited for this roster mania because I think that it's real mixy and this will get very weird. I think that there are. I think that Paco's decision, I think, is fairly straightforward, unless optics throw in. I think like FaZe probably very quickly decide if they're in or out on making a change, and then they're just fucking done. So they're just out early. And then that kind of leaves this Falcons, Thieves, Gentlemates clusterfuck with Toronto. And like how those rosters settle is going to take like 2 weeks. No, Toronto could definitely have a top 4 squad. I think this 6, like, my guess on how this plays out is Optic and FaZe will have very good teams. Mates will have a very good team. And then I think it'll be between these Falcons and Koi. I think that 4th spot will be very competitive. That being said, like, I think all 6 of these teams are going to have good lineups unless they fuck it up. No, I don't think so, Loopy. And that's why I think Optic's the biggest wild card. Maybe like an even bigger text. In fact, I'm gonna make this fucking red. Because Optic could throw this whole thing for a fucking loop. They could completely lose full chat. And then it gets super weird because they're all in on Cabra. It's their one esport that they're in, so like they'll throw whatever they need to throw. You know what I'm saying? There you go. I'll have to go out T to EWC. No, I think they're good, bro. Optic will get to semis pretty easily. I'm not worried about Optic EWC. I am worried about them versus, you know. I think them and FaZe end up on the other side of the lineup. So in the finals again, like, I don't know. Abe, the problem for Abe is that I think Thieves will command a pretty large buyout. I think Thieves will try and figure it out if he wants to force his way out. The question is where would he go? Do I think that him and MC could team together again? Yeah, on Falcons I could see it. That would be my probably the most likely spot if he forced his way out. Is he would be like him. Be like him, MC, Mo, and then one, but that might be only if Ernesto goes somewhere else. Again, this is a little hard. Like, that's an element of roster mania that could happen. I just don't know. Merc is not being dropped for scrap. I think Optic will not do that. I think that that Merc's there for forever. I think the only person that Optic would move on from to get scrap would be Brandon, but I don't think they drop Brandon, bro. He played too good. I think that's pretty much comes down to if Brandon wants to like end it. You know what I'm saying? If Brandon's just like, I'm done, you know? No, I'm not going to EWC at the moment. They're not going to drop Brandon. The only way Brandon goes is if he says he's done. He's at a point where it's like it's up to him. You know what I'm saying? Collar's not fucking retiring. What? Collar's playing forever. What? Collar's not retiring. Simp is not going to Optic. That's ship is that's not gonna happen, bro. I will say that right now. That's the one destination that I think Simp will never be able to go to. As long as Paul Hamilton is owner of FaZe. I don't think that Paul will let Simp, unless he really, really wanted to go to Optic, and I don't think Chris wants to go to Optic. So I just don't think that's gonna happen. It have to be the right situation. I don't think that's now. Kyler is not retiring. He's still dropping good numbers. He needs to play better on Sundays. But Kyler is still playing at a good enough level that literally bro, if Kyler was available, I'm going to tell you right now, Thieves would try to get him. Mates would try to get him. Falcons would try to get him. Toronto would try and get him. If Kyler was dropped off of Optic, they would be pretty much everybody but FaZe would be trying to pick him up. The only reason I say not FaZe is because I just don't think that Simp and 04 sub duo at this point, like, I don't think you mess with what's working there. I don't think you need to make a change there. You know what I'm saying? I think FaZe will end up sticking because they pretty much have everything they need at this point. They have a team system that works. I don't really think you gotta switch up. Do I think Thieves could drop Nissim? I'm going to say this right now, and I might get a lot of flack for this. I will not be surprised that if this roster mania breaks in an interesting way for Thieves, but the only way for it to make it happen is that Nissim can't be part of the team. I will not be surprised if they loan out Nissim because they can somehow make a quick rebuild with like some good veterans. I don't think it's likely, but I do not think that Nissim would get dropped. I do think there is a world where if the team breaks a certain way, they would consider saying, you know what, let's Nissim go elsewhere to develop, but we still want to retain his rights for the next season. I could see that happening. It's not a it's more than 0% chance happening. But I'm not going to predict that because it'd have to be a weird situation. If FaZe bomb out of EWC, I think they're just like, they won champs. They won another major this year. I think they're like, whatever. Maybe they make a change, but I don't think they blow it up. Optic, if Optic bomb out of EWC, I think they 100% make a change. I think Optic got to get like minimum top 4 at EWC to want to stick, but even then, I don't know. They're a weird one. I don't really know what Optic are going to do, guys. I don't think that AG is going to Thieves. I don't think that with AG stock where it is right now, I think that Thieves will look elsewhere. I just don't think that that's the type of player they want. I think unfortunately for AG and NEP, the way that they left their teams this year, I think is not going to be conducive to them getting on a top team unless like those top teams get really desperate, which can happen. But those two are going to have to politic really hard. I think unfortunately for them, they're going to be on a mid-pack team in sort of a prove-it situation. I would not believe a word that any player says on stream right now about their fucking team. I would not sit there and take anything that any player says, doesn't matter if they're an Optic, FaZe, fucking Gentlemates, Thieves. Anything that they say on stream about their roster in the future, I would not believe for a fucking second right now. You guys should know by now that everybody lies. I hope that you guys are aware that people lie on stream all the time, and especially this time of the year, they lie. So just use your thinking cap. A lot can change between now and then, and the minute that August... Oh, there's a Dave Portnoy tweet. I gotta pull this up. It's funny. The minute that August 10th hits, it's gonna get fucking weird. It's a funny tweet out of Dave. I don't know if this is... Did Dave tweet this or did Austin tweet this, bro? BENJ getting a Falcons bag? I wish. Holy fuck, I wish I got a Falcons bag. JP, just know if I'm getting a Falcons bag, the Dallas Stars tickets are on me, brother. If I get a Falcons bag, Dallas Stars tickets on me, JP. Just know. I got you for a couple of games. As long as the Plano Stars, yeah. Eventually, the Plano Stars once they build that fucking arena, yeah. In like 8 years. No Optic players ever went to FaZe and no FaZe players ever went to Optic. Yeah. I mean, there's a lot of reasons why it's never happened. Trying to think if it ever did. I mean, it almost happened with Tommy. Tommy was the closest I think it ever got to. Ant almost did, but Hector shut that one down pretty quick. Damon, I guess kinda, yeah. Alec wasn't Zach, but Zach was coming off of Thieves. Zach was going Thieves to one of the teams. The Alec one I put a, okay, the Alec one's a weird one. Did we count the Alec one? Because that was on Huntsman. Did we count Alec or no? Because that one's I put an asterisk on that one. That's an asterisk one for sure. That was, I guess if you consider like Optic, like Hector's Optic, then count it. You know what I'm saying? Clay? But Clay went to Envy and then Denial before he went to FaZe. There were two other teams in the middle of that. I mean, I don't care if you count or not. It's like that's like that's the only time it's ever happened, essentially. By the way, this is a stupid tweet. I don't know who tweeted this from the Bush account. This is a very dumb fucking tweet. I'm sorry, but I gotta call bullshit. No. I gotta call bullshit on this one, bro. I gotta call bullshit on this one. I love the Bush guys. I love Tommy. I love Zen. But this take out of them is fucking brain dead. And I'm gonna say a take. You guys are not gonna like it, but this is what we do on this stream. Okay, this is what we do on this stream. I got to explain the nuance of it. And yes, I retweeted this tweet. So let me explain. The problem with this tweet is that I think from EWC's perspective, and I'm giving you their perspective, is that I think that they put the LCQ to say, look, there's one spot left for EWC and we don't care who gets it. We just want to be able to say that there was an open-ish qualifier for that last spot. And that they're not in the business of having to cater everything to Bush and to Stallions and to Huntsman. And I think the perspective of, well, if there's no stream, it should have 100% been an online tournament. There should have been a stream. But I don't think that those two things are like mutually exclusive. I don't think you should ever do I don't think you should ever do a LAN without a stream. Okay? I think that's like a stupid business decision. Okay? Did Proof go from FaZe to Optic Ghosts? Was he on Envy? No, was he on FaZe at that event? No. Was at Envy, right? I must have tripping. Is he on FaZe at that event? Yeah, he was. Yeah, he did go from FaZe. Yeah, that's another example. No, you're right. I don't think there was a team in the middle of this. Yeah, no, he was on FaZe Black. No. He went FaZe Optic FaZe. That's insane. Wow, actually, yeah. He went FaZe Optic FaZe. So that's an even more unique one. He went both directions. He went both fucking directions. I mean, respect the Proof, bro. That's my guy. Love Jordan, man. I wish Proof was still doing more stuff in the scene. Some of y'all probably didn't really watch as much back then. Proof was like everybody. Like Proof was one of those guys that was your player's like favorite player type shit. You know what I'm saying? He was just. I mean, bro, he had some fucking moments. He has one of the best clips of all time. I think he was a big reason why Optic won at X Games. It just sucks that like kind of after Ghosts, it got a little tricky for him. He kind of bounced around for a little bit too long. But I love Proof, bro. He like early before I was watching was like Proof's prime. Yeah, he's great content. But getting back to this take, I'm gonna be real. This talking point about orgs are spending thousands to compete in the LCQ and I have zero idea. I don't think EWC gives a fuck about what they spend. And I think that's a bad. I think that sentence doesn't really help their cause. I don't think EWC is going to sit there and be sympathetic to these teams like having to send and fly people overseas. Because from EWC's perspective, we have an open qualifier. If Telluride Bush doesn't want to sponsor a team, they don't want to sponsor a team, right? But I will say, not streaming the LCQ is an L. I don't think anyone's going to disagree with that. I just think the second sentence is just an insane thing to type. And I didn't want to call out Tommy yesterday when he said it. I kind of tried, but like, it's kind of hard sometimes to argue with Tommy on that. You get sympathy from your fans about it, and that's fair. But like, I don't think EWC is ever going to give a fuck about orgs and the cost that they have to spend for an LCQ. I don't think that that's ever going to be like a sympathetic thing that EWC is going to give a shit about. Because I think from EWC's perspective, it's going to be like, well, if you don't want to go and you don't want to spend money, does it make sense for your business? Well, somebody else will take that spot. It's fucking capitalism, right? We have 32 spots. Someone else will step it up and try and take the risk. And if it doesn't make sense for you, it doesn't make sense for you. Why would a team owner not want to see their team play? But that's not, I'm not, you're two different things. They should have a stream for the LCQ. Nobody is arguing that. The LCQ should have a stream. Okay, anyone that tries to argue that this LCQ should not have a stream is dumb. Okay, even if it's just a feed of gameplay with no casters, that's better than anything. As long as there's something, that's what they need to do. Okay, not having a stream is an L. It's very easy in 2026 to spend little money and spin up a fucking stream for an LCQ. It's very easy. Okay, it doesn't cost that much. But I am not sitting here and being like, oh, you know, how do I say this the right way? The argument that like EWC should cater to these orgs because they're spending thousands to go, I don't think EWC gives a shit about that. And I don't think they will ever give a shit about that, to be honest. And I don't think that argument is ever going to be a one that EWC will ever acknowledge or be sympathetic to. So that's kind of the nuance I take. I think this university everybody agrees with. This I understand Bush's perspective, but I don't think that this is going to convince EWC to fucking have a stream. They're going to be like, okay, well then just don't go and don't send your team. Guys, what you're learning now, what I've told you now for 2 years, is that EWC's communication is very poor. That is the one weakness that they have as an organization right now. They've had since year one. Once you get on the ground, everything's good. Running up to the event, their communication is not good. It's been an issue every single year of the tournament, and I don't think it's going to get any better for the foreseeable future. I think they're going to need to get like, I think it's not till 2030 until they figure out how to communicate. It's really bad. It's their biggest weakness. Once you get on the ground, it's very organized. They have shuttles, they have schedules, they have catering, they have like everything is very buttoned down once you get on the ground. Although I've heard this year it's a little bit not as clean. But in past years, it's been pretty good. No, J-Ban Jacoby, again, you're not listening to what I'm saying. Nobody disagrees with this sentiment. There should be a stream. No one is arguing against that. What I am saying is that the crybaby cheese argument of we have to pay to send these people overseas for a tournament, yes, welcome to business. Like, no one is going to feel sorry that if you're a tier 2 org, unfortunately, you're in a business where your T&E costs are not covered to go to an LCQ. That is the risk that you take by being an org owner in the scene. It is just part of the social contract that you have, the contract that you have with the capitalist fucking system that tier 2 exists in. That's just how it is. It's the constraints that the box that you operate in are. And like, I don't know if it's like, I don't know. Arguing with reality there is tough. Guys, CDL doesn't run this. So talking to Spence and Daniel, they don't have, this is not their event, bro. Daniel and Spencer don't run this shit. This is not a CDL event. This is EWC. EWC runs this. They set the rules. They get a license to the tournament. They handle all of it. The league usually sends someone to go out there and like spectate and you know, like schmooze and network, but like it's not their fucking tournament. Nick with the 32 months. Which AR mates could move on? Which AR? I'm trying to read your message. Which AR mates could choose to move on? Could probably potentially. Nick, potentially. Like I can see Dante maybe on Thieves. I think an online tournament would be dumb. You guys, but okay. Let me prove this wrong. Explain to me in a multi-region LCQ how you would have an online tournament. Explain to me how we would do that. So is your proposition that in order, we should not do an LCQ, we make it an online tournament and then one team from every region goes and plays a 4-team LCQ? Explain to me how that makes any fucking sense. That makes even less sense than this. I'm going to the bathroom real quick, but I just thought about that. That makes no fucking sense. Explain to me how that's better than this. Explain to me how that would be better, because I can't see it. The fact of the matter is, EWC needs to work on communication. Yeah, I mean, no one disagrees with you. Podcast? I don't know if we're doing a podcast this week. I don't know if we're doing one this week. Why not do 4 spots from champs? I actually don't mind doing an LCQ. The problem is they're like 98% of the way there. They fucked up the last 2%. Having the top 3 from champs and an LCQ is a very smart idea. The problem is they fucked up 2 things. One is the LCQ should have had 24 spots reserved, or 16, but they should have reserved spots for the top teams in NA and EU and like the next 2 teams in MENA. Should have all had the ability to sign up and gain a spot for the LCQ if they want it. And then after that, you can do open sign up. Okay? And that's what they should have done. They fucked that up. And then the second thing they should have done is this should have been a fucking stream tournament, because it's 100K fucking like Challengers Land. It's going to be lit with good teams. Like, they fucked that up too. So like, they did everything but those 2 things. If they did those 2 things, it would have been perfect. Okay? Thoughts on the 1 hour 15 schedule for each game? It's just not going to work, but you know, it's going to be a very long day on Thursday or Wednesday. Sorry. I'm going to need to make sure I'm stocked up on coffee next week. I'll tell you that. Supposedly it's 1 stream on Wednesday, which I don't quite understand, but has Cloud9 said or done anything with the team? They brought in Gwyn and dropped Tide. Will that move the needle? Probably not. Because, you know, they have to play G2, they're going to lose. And they're going to have to play Mates or Omit, they're going to lose. They're out of the tournament on fucking Thursday. No, I think there's 2 streams at least on the second day. Seems like. It's going to be long days, guys. I'll be live probably 7 a.m.-ish. I'll probably be live at 7 a.m. for coffee and cob, but just be prepared. It's going to be long days. If you got work and shit on Wednesday and Thursday, it's going to be gruelies, bro. I mean, the schedule's right here. Thursday is really long. But I mean, it's also just as long as fucking Tuesday, because they have 6 fucking games. And then Friday is 4 quarterfinals, and then Saturday it ends. So actually, this is fucked up. It actually ends on Sunday. I don't know why it says Saturday. Their schedules. The schedule's fucked up. Ignore the labels. It starts Wednesday. The labels are fucked up. The labels are fucked up. It starts Wednesday. JP was about to tweak. JP, do you guys fly on Sunday? I see me leave Sunday, right? Get a Monday, media Tuesday. Yeah. That's the only problem with this. Teams just got extra on Saturday. They live 7 days. That's it. And you're on a plane. Luckily, the flight to Paris not too bad, especially from Dallas. Well, I mean, I took that direct. It was only like 8 hours. It was actually fine. Am I going to the event? Not currently. At the moment, I'm not going. But if somebody would like for BENJ to go out there and watch party from said fucking venue, I'd be keen. But unfortunately, that has not materialized. So I will be here in Columbus, Ohio, watching the action from home. You know, Tommy and I's position is that, like, we're not going there and spending money to go. If EWC wants to, you know, make a business relationship in which we are paid to go out there, or a sponsor or partner wants to cover it, we'd be open to it. We're not going to spend money to go watch party EWC. Warzone event? I'll probably watch it, but I'm not sure if I'll watch it on stream. We'll see. I assume Gotaga will be there because, you know, I assume Gotaga will be there because they're local, you know what I'm saying? But I don't think like Optic's going to be there. Tommy's not going to be there. I think Abu's streaming from home. So. EWC paid Nicewig to go for Apex? No, he didn't. He fucking watched it from home. But I literally watched Wig stream. He was literally not there. What? I'll watch Wig literally stream from home and then whip out a green screen, and the green screen fell on him, and it was very funny. You haven't seen the clip. It was actually so funny. He was supposed to go, but he was sick. I did not know that part. Did not know that part. I watched it stream from home. How much is flights? I mean, to fly there'd be like $1,300. I don't know what hotels would be. Let's say it's another like $1,200. That'd be like $25 for just one person. That's like not including all the gear and all the other shit. So I'm not gonna personally pay that to fucking go, because like I would not like I'd barely break even on that trip. It's like not worth it. But again, if there's a sponsor or partner, they hits us up and it's like, yo, let's do this. Like, I'm sure we can figure it out. But just that, like, we're running out of time on that one. We're less than a week we're basically a week from the event. Brainless to send you out. Yeah, the podcast got zero budget, bro. Who do I think makes EWC finals? I don't know. With the quick turnaround, I think a couple of these teams are cooked. I think FaZe, Thieves, Thieves are the biggest wild card to me. I don't really know mentally where Thieves are at. If Ernie's super locked in, I could see Thieves making a run at this. But Mates is a team I'm looking at. And I would not count out G2. G2 were the weird team that, when I look at this tournament, that I think could be a sneaky top 4. G2 could be a sneaky top 4 this tournament. Also Falcons. Falcons are another team coming into this that are like in pretty good form. They played pretty good at champs. Their group is super doable. Miami are not that good. Vancouver not that good. They pretty much are better than P7 by far on paper. I think Falcons probably win this group. Omit making a run is doable. The only thing with Omit is that their group is actually not that easy on paper. And it gets a little bit weird. So they play Mates first match. Could they beat Mates? Maybe, but I think Mates are going to have a hell of fans, and I think they probably win that. So then Omit would play C9, they would win. They'd be the lose-win team playing a team that wins or lose. So they're probably going to play Toronto. Do I think they could beat Toronto? Maybe. Do I think they could beat Toronto? Maybe. No, I didn't see the Phenom clip. Wait, they clicked Phenom on Son of a Boy Dad? Send me the clip. The times listed here are EST. When you go to EWC website, it lists all the times in your local. So I think my short answer is Mick can get out. It's going to really depend on that last match because if you guys know how this format works, the team that wins loses plays the teams that loses and wins in the other side of the pod. So if you're, say, Toronto and you win-lose, then you're going to play probably Ome, who loses to General Mates and then beats C9. The idea is that you don't play the same team twice, which makes a lot of sense to me. It's actually pretty smart.
That Discord
Phenom got cooked on fucking Son of a Boy Dad.
manager fucking talking shit on Mook.
Oh yeah, I mean that goes back months.
What's that all about?
I mean it's not really my thing.
Did you see this? This dude in Austin were basically like, how can we get Mook out of here?
This was the end of the relationship with Austin though. This is like what sparked the whole thing.
And Austin was like, I would, but like you don't understand the power of friendship.
Yeah, I gotta be honest. I don't really know what Phenom was thinking here, bro. I gotta be honest. I don't know what fucking crack Phenom was smoking. I've talked to Connor a lot over the last, 8 or 9 months. I think one thing that me and Tommy and Zinni and Rafi have tried to do is be really accommodating to the Bush guys and be available for them to come to us and say, look, like, how do we do this? Who do we talk to for this? Like, how do you guys have, like, everybody in the scene has tried to be available to the Bush guys to help them quickly understand what's going on. And when I talk to Connor, it's very clear to me that Connor does a lot behind the scenes from a administrative standpoint to really organize this situation. And I think Phenom grossly misread this whole thing. And I think trying to stab Connor in the back was a extremely risky move that clearly did not pay out because I assume he's getting squeezed now. Going to Austin behind the back of the trio when really Bush is about the trio's content is a complete misread on how shit works.
That's our friend, so I can't get rid of him.
Wow.
But I would put this Discord manager in Tell Your Eye Bush if I could.
But this was the argument that I had when I was saying that he won.
Does he know who that guy is?
We all know who he is. He's been working with us since the beginning.
Have you met him?
Bush. Yeah, met him multiple times.
Oh, he shows up.
He comes to the events. Yeah.
Got it.
But like, I don't know. I don't really got anything to say about him. Like, he's fine. He does his job well. He crossed every single line that you could possibly imagine.
That's not doing your job well.
Well, he did. Like, he did do his job well. Like, he showed up when we won the major in Atlanta, like, he was like getting the players everything they needed, getting them waters, getting them food. He's keeping track of all like the statistics and stuff, like letting them players know when they have to play. He was doing everything. He was just doing like all of like the little shit that no one else wanted to do. And we loved him. We were gassing him up big time. We were like, Phenom's a fucking superstar.
That's his name, Phenom?
Well, that's his like.
But he thought that maybe he could snake fucking Connor and take Connor's job, I assume was his thought process. The problem is he didn't understand that Bush is a 3. And this is what Dave's point was. The Bush is going to have players come and go, coaches come and go. But Bush is always going to be, until one of them leaves, Sass, Mook, and Jerry fumbling around the fucking dark that is Call of Duty and getting into conflict and fucking drama and comedy with everybody in the fucking scene. And that's like the compelling story of what this is. These 3 fucking morons trying to build the championship winning roster in challengers and maybe potentially the CDL down the line. Like that's literally what this is.
Discord name.
Oh.
And then
I didn't know if it was like he was Vietnamese and it was called like PHE space.
No.
Phenom.
No, and we have like very funny
I brought
clips.
waters. I did everything for them.
We have like very funny clips of him like yelling in the when the players are playing. Like when they're playing and they get a kill, they yell out dead. Like they scream like dead.
It's actually
And-
pronounced phenom.
That's good.
But
Took me too long. It's
They-
the fucking ayahuasca.
yeah,
Still
so
in the
he
haze.
like we have funny clips of him yelling out "dead" when the players are playing. Like he's that looked painful. All passion. He's all passion. And then the thing happened with Austin. He's DMing Austin saying that he should have Mook's job. Obviously, like we're not going to work with him after that. The craziest thing was like Austin siding. Like that was the whole thing where I was saying, remember, I don't know if you guys remember last week when I was talking about it, and I was like, Austin said like he wants us to be taking advice from like the fans. And
Which, by the way, is a classic mistake that everybody makes in this fucking scene. I have watched every team owner, and Hector learned this very early too, and Shro. The fans are generally right, but the fans don't know what goes on behind the scenes. They don't see every team conversation. They don't see players that are very talented and get kills, but fuck up behind the scenes all the time, and the big reason why teams lose. They don't know everything. They don't have all the pieces of information. And too many owners, and it happens in the CDL, think that the fans are always right. And you want to respect the fans. The fans are the reason that you're in the business and making money. But they don't have all the pieces of information. The best way to, I'm going to tell you the textbook way to use fans is you got to look at their perspective, knowing that they don't have all the information. Because without knowing what's in the practice room, their read is generally pretty spot on. So then once you pair that with the practice room information you get from your team, your coaches, your players, whatever, then you understand the big picture on what's going on with your squad and who's fucking up, who provides value, who's dragging shit down. And then you can make the right decision from there. The other value on fans is when owners have dumb ideas on teams they want to put together. If the fans are telling you that it's a bad, super bad fucking idea. Because sometimes they're wrong, right? If you go look at the Reddit thread about the FaZe team when they formed this year, some of the comments in there are probably some of the stupidest shit that I've ever seen on Reddit. Just like if you go look up the Atlanta FaZe comments when they picked up Preston, or when they formed their team, people had them in the 4th or the 5th ranked team going into MW 2019. Like fans are not always correct, but when you make a stupid, super dumb decision, like when LAG made like the old EG World War II team in Cold War, and they were like, "This is a very stupid thing." Like LAG should have seen that and pivoted, but instead they didn't.
that was who he was referring to.
Oh,
And
that's not quite as.
Nah, but Fuzzy, I'm gonna keep this a buck. Not only do orgs listen to BP cards, but players do. Players do. I have heard stories of players who have literally, and I've seen the DMs. So if this ever gets out, just know I've seen the DMs of players when they made roster decisions. It's probably like early CDL, but even end of CWL. People that were literally making decisions based on fucking like lineman cards, and it was so funny, bro. It's so funny because that shit is like, it's like, bro, like, come on, dude. No, not cap. I know for a 1,000%. I know that happened twice. Okay, I know it happened twice. I will not name and shame those people. It was years ago. If they want to step up and say, "Hey, it was me. I was a fucking idiot back then," I'll vouch and say they're not lying. But I know who did it. They were very dumb. I'm sure it maybe happened more than twice, but I know about it happening twice. Once in the CDL and once in the CWL. And the fact that it happened is insane.
I don't know how to put it. It's not as bad as I thought.
it's
it was
worse. It's worse. You just
Wait,
don't. I don't
but
think.
that-
I don't think you are grasping it. I can explain it.
I do grasp it. You just sang that guy's praises and said that he's a very intrinsic part of the whole operation. He shows
No,
up.
I'm
he
not
knows
gonna
There's a
reveal who it
lot
is.
of people involved in Bush, and a lot of them are very passionate and are very happy to be doing this. That doesn't mean that they are like, I don't want to like kill Phenom here, but like Barstool's never going to hire Phenom. He doesn't bring anything to the table that Barstool would hire, especially now after he publicly tried to take Mook's job.
I think I meant that when you said that Austin said you need to listen to the fans, I thought he was referring to just like random people on Twitter.
But he's not like that. He is. So like Phenom's whole thing is that he moderates this Discord. Discord is very similar to Reddit, where like it's like essentially it's like
It's a good
one
take
big
at
group
SAS,
chat.
but let me
Like you all
uncork.
like it's all a bunch. There's like we have like there's probably like 100 dudes in there every day that are talking and shitting on us and talking about the Bush, which is whatever. That's what all of those things are for.
Mm-hmm.
Phenom texted Mook a list of like suggestions from the Discord.
Which is
And
fair.
if you look at the Discord, these people are just ragdolling on us constantly, which again, I don't care. That's what that Discord is for. That's what they're going to do.
I don't
with
think
it.
they do, Shiny.
But that
It's
doesn't mean
entertaining.
like we got to be in there looking at their suggestions.
Yeah, they're not
and-
Tony.
no, exactly. And singing their praises.
I'm
So
not,
Mook
Sarah. I gotta take a
responded
look.
to Phenom and was like, I don't give a
From
fuck
me.
what the Discord's saying. Like, we're not listening to those guys. Very valid. If you read the Discord ever, you would understand that is an extremely valid response to that. And then Phenom sent that to Austin, pretty much saying like, Mook won't listen to any of our suggestions. Like he's not doing a good job, et cetera, et cetera.
See, this is where Phenom fucked up because Challengers roster building is very difficult. You guys have seen what happened to Huntsman this year, where like you can nail November, December, and then the minute that your players get poached, it's fucking GG's. You're just throwing darts at a wall. And a lot of these guys in Challengers have character issues, work ethic issues, system issues that they will never be able to overcome. And that's why they're in Challengers and will always be in Challengers. And I think, unfortunately, the fans don't realize how difficult it is to just consistently build winners. The way that Rafi does it is they just throw a dart at every young player they can possibly do, get them under contract, and then that way they're able to just like make it work until those players get sold. And then they just do it again. So they're purely just volume shooting and like it works. And nobody else yet is trying to like preempt them on like getting a header in the line, because eventually that will fuck over Omit's like strategy. Like this, the only way to counter what Omit's doing is do it, but do it quicker than they do it. But like, I think people don't understand like the situation that Bush is in. Look, like they had a good roster, but as we said in November, December when that team formed, they're not going to consistently like just lock in. Like they're gonna have a problem all season with those guys having to fucking practice and take it seriously. Okay. And I love Don, but like Don, and I don't think any coach, I think any coach will struggle. Like Don wasn't able to like impart some different fucking culture on that front with the guys, and got to the point that any coach will with those guys and just say, look, you're just wasting my time. Like, I don't give a shit. You're wasting your time. If you guys want to get eighth, get fucking eighth, you know? And I think the fans couldn't wrap their head around it all year, you know? And I think it blows back on the owners, but there's like not much they can do. Like, sure, you can go drop the fucking team, but then you're picking up Icons and Millie and this player. Like, you're just throwing darts, bro. You're just throwing fucking darts. And I think, unfortunately, the fans, the Bush fans, because a lot of them are new, some of them are new, just don't understand how hard it is to build like a consistent winner in Challengers. It just doesn't happen. It legit, like, it's only happened a couple of times. The consistent winners were Texas Nation, fucking Toronto Ultra Academy, Omit this year, I guess. It's so hard. And you have to essentially have people locked down, contracted, and pray that they don't get poached. Because Bush's original team would have ran train and Challengers this year, and then immediately they lost those players to the league. So,
Whatever. Crazy move by Phenom to try to publicly take Mook's job. And then the craziest thing is that Austin sided with Phenom. Like,
that's
not
crazy.
fucking, like, I get, like,
which I love Austin, but that was a huge mistake. He also then made the tier 1 mistake that every new owner makes in COD, which is he thinks that all the advice that he's getting around from him is dumb and that the fans are correct, but the fans don't have all the pieces of information. You do, and you got to realize that like they don't know exactly what's going on. And I think I could see now how the tension exists between the three and Austin, because Austin picked the other side instead of trusting like, you know, the other guys. No, Jace didn't backdoor Mook. Jace is on the side of the trio. What? This is Phenom. Jace is not. If anything, to read the messages, I don't think Jace is on the other side of this. I talked to Jace about the situation. I don't think so. I mean, listen, Phenom tried to take Mook's job. Where does it say anything about Jason here? I don't think you're reading the situation correctly, my guy.
Moderates, like, thing on Discord is full. If you read the Discord, take Mook's job. And then the craziest thing is that Austin sided with Phenom. Like, is that not fucking like?
I've talked to Jace about this situation. I don't think Jace is. I think Jace is, unfortunately, Jace is getting a lot of heat on this team, and it is pretty much not his fault. In fact, I think they would have been even more cooked this year if Jace didn't actually like get them the like anger at the beginning of the year, and then subsequently, like once players got picked up, I actually think that they kind of made a lot of really good moves, the best moves they could considering their situation. I don't think Jace is like. I think Jace actually did a pretty good job this year. I think the problem is that unfortunately they put their trust in players with bad work ethic, and like it killed them at the end of the year. And I don't really think that that's on Jace. That's just a risk they took with the squad, and it didn't pay out. I don't really blame Jace for that. I don't think you should blame the owners for that. It's a strategy they took, and it helped them really early game, but like those guys needed to be better players down the stretch, and they didn't. And now I need to just, I'm saying if Cam doesn't go to the league, like they need to, you know, if Cam doesn't need to go to the league, like, you know, saying they got to try and find like a more like, they got to find a squad that will try a little harder. You know what I'm saying?
I get
Try a
like
bit harder.
Barstool is a place of like tough love and stuff, but that's like you're literally going against an employee of the company that you supposedly like stand for. Like he's like, this is all like you know, he has the conversations where he's like Jerry's one of the dumbest guys we got. And it's like, well, if it's a whole we thing, like why are you publicly talking shit about one of your employees to a Discord?
That's
mod?
like if someone on like Reddit's like, Kate should be off the yak,
and then Big
someone's
Cat's
like,
in the responses being like, yeah, fuck Kate.
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck is like? Even if Austin hates Mook, that's not something you do. I wouldn't like if me and you got in an argument, I wouldn't go on the Instagram. I wouldn't be replying to Instagram DMs being like, yeah, Francis needs to fucking figure his shit out. Like that's like, guys, talk to a fucking therapist.
Cap. I think it's pretty clear that Cap is not coming back with the Bush. I think that's done. I think he's obviously. Donnie said that he's got some stuff I think he's working on, but I think that's done. I think they're done with Cap after the way this played out. I think for Bush, unfortunately, they probably have a list of guys that they want, and they're going to be in a holding pattern after EWC until all the other teams lock in. They know who's in challengers next year, and then they, you know what I'm saying? So I don't really think that they can do anything at this point other than play for EWC, and depending on what happens is what it is.
That's not a conversation you have with a fan of Barstool. And I don't want, like, guys, I know I said
I'm gonna keep it a buck with Cap. Cap, unfortunately, like, is someone who has immense talent, who just, for a number of reasons, can't realize his talent. And it's unfortunate, bro. Like, he's definitely very talented, but for a number of reasons, he just can't do the things that he needs to do in order to be like a consummate professional and like hold down a spot in the league. He's just not in that spot right now. So like if he wants to continue to compete in the scene and hold down a tier 1 spot, let alone a tier 2 spot, like he's gotta work on stuff on his side. Like it's a lot on his shoulders. There's a lot of people I think that try their best to help him, but like it is what it is, you know? He's not the only player that's like that in challengers, but like that's the limitation. I don't think it's a talent thing, because he can definitely shoot. It's like he's gotta work on his life, bro.
There's a lot, but at the end of the day, he's a fan of Barstool. Like he's obsessed with Barstool. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, I agree with Sass. Like Definitely a weird situation with Phenom. Now, I haven't talked to Phenom. I haven't seen him around since this clip came out. My guess is they're probably done with Phenom. I haven't been in the Discord. Did Phenom get unmodded? They probably caught away with him, right? Phenom's probably cooked. He got banned for Discord, did he? He like done? Oh, they like hard cut him off? Yeah. I mean, he definitely crossed the line and then some. There's a line and then there's the cliff and there's the ocean and the Mariana Trench, and I fear he's in the trench. So he's gonna have to learn from that. I've talked to the thing with me is I talked to Connor this weekend. You know, I think Bush is, I'll say this, like year one Bush, in my mind, if I were like externally, year one Bush is a W. I know that they didn't play well at the end of the year and like they're still AWC, but like I think, to be honest, bro, like the goals they checked off this year are pretty good. I think for a year one entry in this fucking thing, like the content is what's going to carry this shit. I mean, you want to win chips, but like the content has been unbelievable. Like I know Dave's kind of playing this like character thing with them and whatever. Like the concept around this thing is good, and they, as long as they keep at it, like, and they're patient, like they're in a very good spot to grow into something fucking fun. Yeah, to Craig's point, like there are so many dog shit shows at Barstool. The fact that Dave knows what's going on makes me think that he thinks that they have a fucking feature. So it's about, I think for them, I think Dave's, the one thing for the guys, I think Dave's point about the team house is unfortunately probably the next thing they got to try, which is they need to try and, how do I say this? The way for Bush to really grow this thing is it's a full-on volume content play. And the content house allows them to create more content with each other, thus striving for that goal. I think Vinny's leaving Real Madrid now. He's going to get a new contract. He's not going anywhere. He's not going to Arsenal. It's all a ploy. He's going to stay. No, Dave, I think you're overstating the money thing. I think Dave's point is like, Dave said some dumb shit about like the Boston spot and whatever. Like he doesn't know exactly what's going on. But I think Dave's point is like Mook, Jerry, and Sass, plus all the other characters that exist in this fucking team, is very compelling content. Like they just need to keep doing more of that content, and like the investment, the opportunities, the brands that want to get in, like will increase. But they are still small potatoes compared to Son of a Boy Dad. That's, you know, bro, look at what's in. They're pulling a Chase sponsorship, Body Armor. I don't know what the fuck this is. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are a lot of other shows at Barstool that are getting Netflix to throw money at them. Like, that's the level that Barstool wants to play at. Well, Dave doesn't trust Cherry, but he does though. See, that's the thing you guys gotta understand. There's a game inside a game being played. If you guys follow Barstool content, look, a lot of it is real drama, but a lot of it is fake drama too. You understand? Like it's real, but it's fake. It's like, how do I say it? What's the best way to put this? Bro, Barstool is like basically, oh my God. How do I say this the right way? Barstool is basically like pro wrestling. Barstool has perfected the art of a work and a shoot. When it comes to content in the sports world, they have perfected the art of a work and a shoot. I feel like so much of it is just like unscripted drama, but they know it's unscripted drama, so they're just like, they know it's a shoot, but they're just like playing along with it. And like there are some times where there's like definitely a work going on. Like they know what's going on. Those are like wrestling terms. Essentially, a work is like everything in wrestling they see is like scripted. That's a work. But like the like people that get hurt or like people that get like when people just sort of riff, but like they know what the end goal is, like kind of a shoot. There's more to it. There's also a combination. There's something called a work shoot, which listen, I don't want to get on the pro wrestling shit. But anyway, my point is like Barstool has perfected the art of having real drama and tension, but everybody knows it's content, so they don't take it that seriously. But sometimes they do take it that seriously, and it's a giant crash out. No, Dave is just playing hard to get. No, Dave's playing a character. Dave knows what he's doing, bro. Dave is playing like the George Steinbrenner. That's the owner that Dave wants to be, and that's the sports owner that Dave wants to be. Dave wants to be the sports owner that's like always hard to impress. That's the character that Dave's playing. Dave is never going to sit there and be like, oh, it's all good, good try. Like, no, he's going to be George Steinbrenner. And that's like you know what I'm saying? I don't know what Robert Kraft's like behind the scenes, but like that's the character that Dave wants to be, bro. When are we playing clubs? I don't know. I'm not feeling clubs right now. I played so much clubs yesterday. Maybe later. We'll see. Swoody will definitely... I think there's a good chance Swoody ends up on the bush at some point. They love Swoop. He fucking loves Swoop. You could carry me on clubs? You don't need to carry me on clubs. You need to carry my fucking dog shit teammates. I make mistakes, but I'm definitely not the problem while we fucking lost yesterday. We lost yesterday because our fucking DMs don't want to pass forward, and then Soap fucking ripped up Apanya and turned into the worst player of all fucking time and should have been playing left bench instead of left wing. That's what happened last night. Talking about duos, I'm not playing 2-person clubs. Holy fuck. No, it's minimum 4 if you play clubs. 2-person clubs is the worst. I ruined the good gimmick. Good gimmick, yeah, because you know, because losing for an hour and a half is fun. Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll just go play with other people, bro. If the people in the team speak don't want to try and just lose and fuck around in clubs, I'll just go play with other people. Okay, I'll just go play with other people. I don't give a shit. I'm not in here to play clubs to just lose. It's not fun. Nothing about that is fun. I'm ass. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I'm ass. So then when I go, you know, and go and get on afterwards and go play with the man and Discord boys, and I'm averaging a goal and assist a game, I'm terrible. Okay. Yeah. When I play with Cap and I have fucking chem. Sure. We should do a clubs with viewers, but I gotta figure out how I want to do it. We could just you know what I'm saying? We could just do it, but I want to play clubs till later, bro. I played like 6 hours of clubs yesterday. Got like song in a BENJ. I always play good music on here. You chalk Berg's vibes. I love Berg. I love Berg, and I'll say this to his face too. He's fucking crybaby cheeses. When it comes to like clubs, I don't quite get it. I'm sorry, but clubs is toxic, especially with how, bro, like. People don't understand how clubs plays. When you're in Division 5, the other teams you're playing are dog shit. They don't know how to defend. Any don't know what the fuck they're doing. But when you get to D2 and D1, you're playing people that are good, and we have to actually play good ball. You're just gonna get run over, and nothing is fun about losing on clubs. But I mean, if they just want to get on and just suck and get relegated, then I'll go play with other people. Like, I'm not playing clubs to lose for an hour and a half. Like, to me, it felt like they were not trying yesterday. And I'm just like, why am I wasting my time? I'll go make dinner, which I did, and it was great. Yeah, I saw the all-time list. I'm really giving my thoughts on it. Let me pull them up. Tommy's list from yesterday. The GOAT conversations are tough. The GOAT conversations are tough because, like, what do people define as the GOAT? Is it purely just wins? Is it just how good they were within the era? It's such a like objective thing. I would always put Porter. The way I would do it right now is, to me, I think it's Porter 1, and I think it's Chris 2, and I would put probably Seth 3, even though he only has 1 ring. I think Seth and Chris were basically the 2 subs that just collectively just ran Call of Duty. One hand off to the other, basically, over the course of the last like 10 years. But I think Krim is for sure 1. And then you get into an interesting part with 4 and 5 about where does Clay fall, where does Shatu fall, where does Damon fall. It gets really subjective at that point. The tough thing for Damon is Damon was too unselfish. Damon pretty much sacrificed a couple of years of like kind of doing what was required to make his team win and not being like the, you know what I'm saying, the superstar like free roll player. Damon was very unselfish on the Dynasty, which is why that team worked. I think Damon doesn't get enough credit for how unselfish he was on the Dynasty. Well, I'll play more clubs. Just give me some time, bro. I'm not like jonesing to play clubs right now. I haven't streamed in a couple of days. I got a lot of shit I gotta get off the dome. We're gonna have plenty of clubs this week. I'm not really worried about, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, but here's my thing. This is why I don't like the GOAT debate. Because there's way more events then than there were now. My criteria for GOATs is how dominant were they in that era? Were they the definitive number 1 player? Okay, Porter during his prime was like the player that everybody wanted to team with. And he got 3 rings because every great player wanted to team with him. Okay? I think there's a chance that like Chris catches up to him on a pure longevity standpoint and becomes number 1, but I have Porter 1. Okay? I have Chris number 2 because I think universally in the CDL era, I think everybody is going to say that Chris is probably number 1 player of this era. I think universally, if you were to poll the players, I think he's going to end up being 1 in that list. And I think this is Chris's era, and I think that's why he's number 2. Okay? I think Seth also is like the second best player in that like pre-CWL into CWL era of COD. And then potentially at the end. And I think Seth's also transcended the esport in the same way that Matt has. So I can see people putting Scump over Simp. I don't mind that argument. If you feel like then Seth's contribution that puts him at 2, that's not, I don't like feel strongly about it. If that's the way you want to do it, great. I think he's T3 though. I think the T3 is undeniable. It's really hard to do a T5 because like one of Damon, Clay, or Ant is getting fucked. Like only 2 of those can be in the top 5. So someone's getting cooked. That's what makes it hard. I'll say this, Fuzzy. A lot of pros are saying, well, we had to play a lot more games back then. They weren't getting upset as much as they're trying to put on. You have to play less games now, but it also adds more difficulty. Because back then, you didn't have time to prep for your teammates. You just ran it. So like the teams that were just good and had good systems and could think on the fly were winning. But now the mid-pack teams can actually like take a day and prep for their team. And like, you know, Clay did not win in Black Ops 3 to World War II. I mean, yeah, but some of that is him getting costed. There are different levels of difficulty now than it was then to win. I'll say that. They were both hard, but hard in different ways. Back then it was more of a marathon. Now it's more about like you need it. I think it's pretty clear, guys. If you look at who's won champs over these 7 years, it's the teams that have won. Okay, it's the teams that are actual units are the ones that have won pretty much every year. Outside of, I think the optic ones are interesting in the context of that. But like FaZe, New York Subliners, Empire, Thieves, Vanguard are like the four that I'm like, those were like the teams that played a team ball team system. Like those are the ones. I would say the last Optics champ too was also they were probably the best team once they clicked. I think that was pretty clear. The first one they got in the back-to-back was crazy. I don't know how to explain that one. That one was insane. That one was insane. The fact that they, with AG, won that champs, that's fucking impressive considering how that year was going. Do I have Austin top 10? Before the CDL, yes. During the CDL, yes. Will I think that we get to the end of the CDL and Austin is top 10? He might get squeezed out. But like that's going to be unfortunate for Austin because I think he was a dominant player in his era. And you can argue, and I will argue this to death. I think Austin was one of the most underrated S&D players in the history of COD. I think not enough people talk about how good Slasher was at being that like island player in S&D. I think a lot of people don't remember that he was like people talk about the spread info play for a pick. Bro, you know what Austin was really good at the end of fucking maps? Knowing when to actually take space on the map as a fucking island player. Too many island players in COD, and it's very hard to sit there and they hold the lane, they don't push, they don't fucking do anything. Like, part of the reason why, like, FaZe was so good at LSCLO fucking S&D is because Austin pinch fucking radio, went to their side catwalk and shot people in the fucking back. Or went all the way around to boxes and shot someone in the back. I think people don't understand how good of a search player Austin was. And I think that will get lost with time, and it's unfortunate. Now, Zach, I think, though, to your point, Maddie, I think Zach is the evolution of Austin's playstyle, though. See, Zach is the prototype of the, like, kind of... Because Zach isn't really an island player. Zach is kind of sometimes an island player, but he's really, like... Zach's kind of a free safety in search. Zach kind of does it all, bro. Like, he will head out shit with a team. Like, he will cut map. Like, Zach's S&D ball is, like, very... He is like the evolution of the Austin play style. Like he takes what Austin does and he's like, you know what I'm saying? Insight is, I don't know. Insight is a fucking safety and cover too, bro. Insight is a cover two safety, bro. I would say Zach is fucking mid-read fucking like Mike linebacker. In S&D. Do you see Ravenger's take on... No, I did not link. Nah, Zach's a Mike linebacker. We're going to go with this fucking... Zach's a Mike linebacker, bro. What's 04? 04 is Micah Parsons, bro. See ball, get ball. 04 is Micah Parsons, bro. That ball, that snapped, we're going straight for the ball. We don't care. We have one goal and one goal only. Get that fucking ball or kill the guy with the ball. That's what we're doing. That's 04's mindset, bro. See ball, get ball. I think people, and he loves when I say that, bro. He loves when I say that, but like, I think that the thing what makes 04 so good is he is just always going to play the same way on the map. 04 is a very consistent play style. And look, sometimes he goes 20 and 40, but sometimes he goes 40 and 20. But the thing with 04 is that he doesn't play like a fucking bitch when the moment gets too big. And it makes it very easy to team with because you always know what he's going to do on the map. Even if he's not getting kills, he's going to try and get kills. And you can make plays around that because it's a very reproducible, really practiced, really learned way to play around that instead of it being unpredictable. And it makes a player like a Draws or a Simp or a Booza like want to team with that guy because like you always know what he's going to do on the map. And even if he's not going to get a kill, we know how to react off of the play. And that's why I think 04 has kind of developed like with that aggressive sub player that always fucking apes is like a really good player and a really good building block on a squad. You always want one of those players if you can get it. As long as they're always playing the same way. But I like Slayer, yeah, we play a lot of Slayer on stream. I don't like the mix that Slayer does a lot. It's sometimes like kind of fugaze and like clips too much, but I kind of like the vibe of Slayer. It's kind of a weird mix of like the opium stuff and like kind of like JPEG. I don't know. It's hard to pin down. It's like a mix. All right, let's listen to this. Let's see what the fucking these guys are saying.
People that say, oh, well, they made every finals, they can't possibly make a change. It's like, well, will people really remember that in however many years? Like,
I mean, that's what harms them even more.
Yeah, I think, in fact, losing finals, if anything, is kind of worse. It's like, okay, so you can't, so you're struggling to get over the line and win, and making these weird plays in grand finals. I don't know. It's like, I don't think that necessarily helps the case to stay together. If anything, it creates more cracks, you know, when you lose that many finals.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's a good argument to stay together. Like, okay, we're there every tournament, but we're there depressed every Sunday.
Okay,
So
I mean, also listen, you know, the champs finals, like they were like 3 rounds of S&D off winning.
yeah, could have
but-
gone either way.
Yeah, but the problem is they went 3-12 in S&Ds on Sundays, and like it wasn't just that series. You could basically nitpick a search play in every fucking grand final they made, other than the one they won, and you start to realize that outside of those round 11s, their decision making in S&D has been very poor on Sundays, and that's the reason that they only have one win this year.
But you also see
that
how
is
they
reason number
lost some
one.
of those maps. 4v2. Come on, bro.
I can't believe they lost that still.
And you know what I'm like, Don. Those losses, those second places, those stupid rounds, those plays, they all equate into a bigger decision at the end of the year.
Yeah.
Like people's in the chat, like you guys say, "Oh, there's no point in talking about this. They ain't gonna change." No, there is a good point to talk about this because they've just got second every single event bar one. That's gonna weigh into a lot of options in the off season. If they won 3 out of however many majors and then got second at champs, all right, different conversation. But they just got second at every major bar one and then second at champs, and then potentially they could get another second at EWC or win it. Now, if they win EWC, no change. That would be a good year for Optic. Second at every event.
People are not gonna like this, but I think there is a world where they win EWC and still make a change.
And 2 wins. Great year.
Oh, yeah.
Great year. Probably the most.
I think there's
probably the most
definitely a
consistent
world
year
where they
there's
win
been of a team in
EWC and they
PBL.
still say, you know what, we're gonna make a change.
But if they don't win EWC and then they
They're a
get
big wild
second
card
at
chat.
EWC again, they would.
Bro, don't say no way. I'm telling you guys, Optic are not going to tip their hand until it leaks. You guys need to be prepared for it to swing either or way. They are what I think are going to be very unpredictable in this roster mania. I think they could stick, and I think reasonably people would understand why they would stick. I think people will reasonably understand if they decide to make a move. So it's going to be very tough to predict. I would not put all of your life savings on one or the other, bro. Like they're in a weird spot, and I don't know come August fucking 8th or 10th what is going to be going through their heads as a team and what they decide to do. It's very unpredictable.
probably rather just go out.
Joey D is not gettable. Joe Deceives is on Gentleman's. He's not going anywhere. Joe Deceives is locked down.
And get another second done,
no.
if you want me to be honest with you.
Gentleman's will
Yeah.
not sell Joe Deceives.
Another
I think
second would harm this team a lot.
I think a lot of people don't realize, like, obviously it's the same argument. Like, people say LeBron lost in the finals like 6 times, but like, it hurts. It's obviously making it to the finals is a great accomplishment, but it hurts even more to be so close, and then to not win, rather than just get, we just got blicked down this event. Like, you can get over
Especially
that.
how many times?
Yeah, you can get
Merc is not getting dropped. Merc is the lifer on Optic. He's going nowhere.
over like Fuck it. My team's just ass. Like, you can get over it. Like, when you get the second, you're thinking about everything that if it just went the other way,
Yeah.
that you would have won. And you're just thinking about it nonstop. And they've even commented on it when they won. They're like, yeah, when we're in the finals, we feel the doubt. The doubt creeps in. We just got to go vet mode and ignore it. So it gets to a point where it's like, damn, do I want to have to fight these doubt demons every finals? We could just make a roster change and now the doubt disappears. Like, now we just got a fresh, clear slate. You know what I'm saying? Like,
which is a fair take from Donnie. I'm telling you, like, I don't know what Optic's going to do. I genuinely think that it could swing either way. They could stick, and you'll say, look, reasonably they were the best team that just couldn't win champs this year, and it is what it is. And as long as they work on this Sunday issue, like, they will, you know, they'll sack a couple of wins next year and maybe win champs. Or they could say, look, like, there's some shit going on behind the scenes. We think that one person's responsible for a lot of these L's, and we feel like we need to make a change because we can't believe they win. And then people will reasonably be like, well, it sucks because they're a top team and a good player's getting dropped, but that's how it goes, you know? But I do think there's a world where they win EWC and they say, you know what, like, we won EWC. It was a tough win, but we still feel like for next year we need to make a move, and that's just kind of how the business goes. I won't be surprised if that happens. It's a bit similar to Phase MW3. I just don't know if it's going to play out the same way. Justin Herbert got engaged. W. Yeah, I think if Kyler gets dropped, he goes. Falcons, I think, will probably try to pick him up. Bitch. Fuck the club up. You've scapegoat always shit the fuck. They shouldn't peacefully a single person. Here's the problem is they haven't really shown up as a team all year on Sundays. Can we do something real quick? Can we do something real quick? Okay, this one's gonna be, let me yap real quick. I need to set this up. It's gonna take me a second to set this up, but let's do an exercise. I need to get all the data real quick because Austin just finished all his stats, so I need to download them. Well, let's dive deep on Optic. We're going to dive deep on this thought experiment real here. Let's see Optic on every other day but these finals and then the finals. And let's see what happens with their team. We're going to dive on the stats, but give me a second. I got to download the updated fucking data here. Bitch. I got to get the updated stats from Austin. It's going to take me a second. They have literally a finals problem, but I haven't really run the stats yet on how individually bad they played on finals. They've also, someone has all the grand final stats on Reddit. I know, but like I wanna like show it a certain way. So just give me a second to set up. Oh, here, Austin finished it. I'll download all the updated fucking shit from Austin. Fuck the club up. Fuck the club up, bitch. Then I tell Claude to build it, so just give me a second. Overload. The map pool is actually one of the biggest in the leagues. That's not the issue. I don't think they have a map pool problem. I don't think they have a map pool problem. Why does Optic get outslayed a lot? That's a great question, and one we're going to dive into. Let me put these stats now in a directory because I've gotten all the CSVs. I'm gonna copy these. I gotta build a prompt, so give me a second. We're gonna cut these. We're gonna go CDL, data, raw, goes in here. And let me build this prompt. Got VS Code. VS Code over here. File open. Recent CDL. New Claude Code session. I'm gonna put this on Opus. I don't need to use fucking Fable. My fucking Fable for when I need to build the EWC stuff. Do Opus 5. I've updated the CSVs with all the data, including CDL Champs Grand Finals. EWC is coming up. And we will, let me show my screen real quick. Let's build an artifact that compares their LAN performance minus Grand Finals versus Grand Finals themselves. Specifically, I want to dive into the S&D issues in finals and the slaying differential in those grand finals series. I want you to analyze all the data and give me your T5 hypothesis analysis on why they have only won one of the grand finals so far this year. Boom. See what Claude fucking does. I want to see what, because I kind of know what I think the hypotheses are, but I always like to start with seeing what it thinks. Because to me, it's the slaying differential. The two issues that I know for a fact, the slaying differential for them in grand finals is bad. And the S&D woes are bad, but I need to dive into like specifically, like what are they? I think in S&D it's the decision making. I think it's S&D. I think it's like 3v4s, 4v3s, and also like bomb down situationals have been really bad. I think their retakes have been retakes and holds have been really bad in grand finals. If I had to guess, but we'll double check that. Yeah, but that's the problem, Grantino, is that's plenty of teams do everything but the hard fucking match correctly, bro. That's like saying, oh, Penn State shouldn't fucking make changes because they beat everybody else but Ohio State and fucking Michigan and Oregon. Well, but those are the teams you got to beat to win. You know what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, the bar that you get judged by is how you do on fucking Sundays. And they can't get over the hump outside of one. They went 1 for 5 in finals if we're counting the online minor. I'm gonna air out. Oh, it's gotta. It's trying to. Trying to the label mismatch. T maps compared to P maps, I think is what's fucking it up. I don't count Case on Land. That was played at like 1 a.m. That I don't count. Who would I replace Kyler with? Here's the thing: anyone you replace Kyler with is not fixing team communication. So you can get someone that I think would play better on Sundays, but also the team's communication is going to get worse. So. Control means overload. I mean, yeah, Clutch. I don't. If it's the right girl, like, I don't think that shit matters. To be honest. Brandon's not getting dropped, bro. The only way Brandon's on the team is if he retires. They're not going to drop Brandon. The only way he's on the team is if he retires. AD. AD's way down in grand finals. This is wrong. There's no shots that low. Clutch win percentages? Yeah, I mean, that's a key thing. The clutches go the other way. There's no way this is this low. I think it's fucking up the sum on this. What's wrong, Joe? I'm trying to fucking figure shit out. Joe's always coming in, bro. I want to just fucking drop it. I need to fucking figure it out. Herbert engaged in Mass and BRW. Yeah, see, because it's dumb. Not taught to be less dumb. Case on to drop to his knees. I think he's chilling, bro. I think he just wants his quarterback to be happy. What? Why would Case be mad? His quarterback's fucking, get engaged. What? Is it Case on joke? Is he even making a joke in the chat about what happens if his quarterback gets fucking engaged? Yeah, their offensive round win percentage is fucking insane. It goes to 40% out of 60 is insane. I'm curious how much is map driven though. First bloods are down. The conversion rate in the grand finals on attack is 56%. On opening duels, they only converted 57% of their first bloods on offense in all the grand finals this year is insane. Even win percentage is 47.4. Whoa. I didn't realize it was that bad. Post-plant win percentage online was 80% and on lane was 47.6. Wow. Wow, that is horrific, Chad. That is a huge fucking breakdown. It's also trying to do it by late. It's also trying to do late maps. It's actually interesting. I didn't even think about it that way too. See what it finds. No, it's doing land. It's doing land stats. B-dub, these are land stats. I'm telling it to only look at land. This isn't even online. I'm taking online out of the equation. So it's a sample size of 22 versus 14. So just keep that in mind. I mean, we can add the online splits in here too. But I don't know if that really matters. It just, I think the progression downwards is like, I think this, wow, I think this pretty much tells a story right here. This is why this number is so low. But I think you knew that already. I didn't realize it was that bad though. I don't think comparing it to online is going to make a difference. We just need a reference number. I mean, we can look at online in the third split of it. Like once I have it built out, kind of the artifact, I can tell just add online. But the thing is I just think what's more important is what's the lane regression is pretty obvious, bro. Their teamwork in S&D is fucking dog shit. In grand finals, they're literally tweaking. It's literally data that shows that they're fucking tweaking as a team. And I see people saying, "Oh, they need like an S&D coach." They don't need an S&D coach. They need to have fucking brains. Claude and VS Code, yes. The reason I use Claude and VS Code is because if I use CLI, it's really annoying to send it images. I do a lot of trying to fix like CSS issues and layout issues, and it's so fucking annoying. If in CLI, I got to save a screenshot, give it a direct path. It's so fucking annoying. Where in VS Code, I can just literally just copy and paste an image. So sometimes I do CLI. It depends on how lazy I am. But I'm telling you, like the VS Code is like such a weird thing. The Claude app is not that good though, because at least with VS Code, I can like pull up like any one of like my files. Like one thing I like is nice is like being able to split side, like especially being a split side like markdown files like is very helpful to me. So I do a lot of markdown files. Like I gotta do a markdown file for the EWC shit. I haven't done it yet. All right, it's making the artifact now. I want to see what it looks like. Cursor? No, I haven't tried cursor yet. I think to pay for cursor though isn't enough free. I don't know. I don't have any beef. I don't have any beef with VS Code, bro. I mean, bro, my workflow is very easy with VS Code, bro. Feature request, what's good, Snap? Feature codes are feature adds very easy, bro. I make a markdown file, I put it in plan mode, I give it all the assets I tell it to ask me fucking questions. I give it all the answers I need. I then look at the code plan. I poke fucking holes in it because sometimes it's fucking stupid. Especially with CSS. it's very dumb sometimes the way it does CSS. It'd be doing some very dumb tweaker shit, and I have to fix it off the rip, and then I let it cook. And the best way to make it cook that I found that prevents a lot of issues is making sure that it code reviews itself, that it PRs before it pushes anything. Now, the part that I haven't done yet, mostly because I don't care enough, is I should probably have a PR with like ChatGPT or something. But like I have a PR with itself. Like I feel like that fixes a lot of issues. It catches a lot of like, if it catches a lot of like weird edge issues that like cause render problems, math problems, percents not adding up, sorts not working correctly, the veto process not going through steps correctly. It catches a lot of like outside process stuff. It creates more time on the build, but like I really don't care because I just want to get it right and not sit there 98 times afterwards and get it to fix. About to go in and slam a nice hike in the forest. W, let's go. Okay, let's see what I put together here. Let's see the artifact. I might have to add like player KD in here too. I don't think I did that yet. So like, for example, I got to build like all the EWC functionality. I'm kind of, unless someone knows, I don't know if Turtle's here. Does anyone know how like the group stage seeds into the bracket? That's the only thing I don't have. No one seems to fucking know. So I got to talk to like JP or Crowder or someone that has like the handbook. Because my guess is the handbook also isn't fucking accurate, so nobody fucking knows. Alright, it's building the fucking page. We'll add some more stuff to this artifact, but I could burn a ton of tokens. I got plenty of tokens right now. I'm not worried about, I mean, sometimes I hit like sometimes I do hit like the session cap, but it's only when I'm building real features. It's usually not that bad. I do enough planning out that I usually, the sub agent thing, no, I spend sub agents though on build out though. Because the way I do it is I tell it to iterate through feature list, PR before push. And then before pushing a full like plan, go back and recursively do a security audit, do a usage audit, and catch any edge issues that will cost me extra money if people like, you know what I'm saying, poke the holes in it. Because I'm not necessarily worried about like a person like bad faith trying to like scan the site. I'm worried about someone sending an agent or another LLM to take the site and take the data off of it and like slamming. That's why a lot of the data, almost all the data on the tool site is all pre-compiled JSON. There's no database, there's no Supabase, there's no like SQL queries. It's all a JSON file. It's pretty small. So if like people just hammer it, it's only like 100, I think it's like 120 kilobits. It's like very small. It's like compressed JSON. So it does make load time a little bit slow on first run, but I'd rather do that than having to fucking get killed on hosting amounts. Now, the only thing that I haven't built yet that I don't know if I want to build is I don't know if I want to build a Rostermania thing. Rostermania.com, I need to message the Spanish guys and see if they're running it back next year because I'll just use their site. I don't really want to build one. I could, but like it's gonna be a lot of traffic. I don't know if it's worth it. If they're just gonna improve the one they have, like why would I make a new one? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I could put ads on it, but I don't think it's gonna get me that far. Plus, I like their site and the functionality of it. I don't really Need to fucking copy their shit. You got holocausted yesterday? Yeah, I did. I was tilting. And they were crybaby cheesing about it afterwards. Like, cool. I'm glad that they were all good with losing, you know, for an hour and a half straight. I'm sure that was very fun. What do I think about the Real Madrid team? I'm curious to see how they play with under Mourinho. See if they can get back to their highs. Mitch for the 18 months, 38 months total. Appreciate it, Mitch Goat. Thank you so much. No, I can't relax on pro clubs. If we're not trying to win, then I'm just getting off. This is writing on the CSS. When you tell it to make an artifact, it makes a light in a dark mode, but whatever. I don't really need that. Am I writing a script for EWC? Not yet. I'm trying to do... We were having an optic conversation. And I'm trying to demonstrate the optic issue. Caesar, I have no idea. That one I don't know. What would I do if I'm Hector? Great question. I think you see what happens after EWC and then you decide. How the fuck is the LCQ not streamed? Great question. I'm not sure how they fucked that one up, but they did. Hopefully they fix it in time. Do you rate EWC over a major? It's like a major plus, so yes. It's like a major plus. I would say is the best way to rate it. What do you mean the prize pool is triple? The money has nothing to do with it. I think the format, the prestige that comes with it already makes it more than better than major. But it's not champs. It's still a thing that people want to win. But it's below champs and above a major. So a major plus. What? I really described it perfectly. Anyone saying EWC greater than champs is an idiot. It's not bigger than champs. At least not now. Maybe in the future, in like 5 to 10 years, maybe it becomes of the prestige where we get there, sure. But right now, no. Right now, no. Pat is just Pat. Don't believe Pat, bro. Don't believe Pat. Ow, bro. Oh, when I sit here for too long and I like strain my back out. Oh, that hurts. Oh, bro. Holy fuck. I need to get a standing desk, bro. Okay, so this is the artifact to put together. So what it thinks essentially is that Optic is just scamming. So here, we'll come back to this screen real quick. This is the artifact to put together. Which is that they've lost 2 series on LAN, but 4 grand finals. Hard point, okay, you know, they went from 77 to 60, but 60 is fine. But the S&D is the big issue, and overload they end up getting back to 500-ish. But the S&D is the big problem. And then this is, you know, I'm saying whatever. I don't really care about this. But this is the point we're talking about. Like the huge lack of offense they have, not winning post plants on LAN. Even rounds is a 34% drop. Even rounds they were winning at an 80% clip. In grand finals they're winning at a less than 500. Optic played the same rate in grand finals they do, but they're winning 80% on LAN, and it goes down to 47%, which is fucking crazy. This number is absurd. I'm sorry, but this is crazy. This should never happen. 80% is also too high. Actually, no. 80% is actually not that bad. I would say most teams probably, good teams probably net in the high 70s. But like the fact in grand finals that they're doing it at a sub 500 record post plan is crazy. That number should never be anywhere below like 70%. Thoughts on Temp crashing out of the bush? I mean, it was very entertaining. This is bad insight. I don't care who they're playing in finals. They could be playing the Prime Optic Dynasty. If they want to be a good team, you cannot win 47% of your post plants, bro. That makes you not a good team. Okay? I don't care who they're playing. They have to win this at not 47 fucking percent. What else is fucking offense defense split? So I mean the offense is bad. And their opponents are not exactly doing anything crazy either. They're winning 54% of opening duels, converting 73. These are a pretty standard number. So like these are pretty standard numbers. I mean, retake at 52% is way too high. But that's a straight, these are straight correlated numbers. Although it's missing a percent. I assume because this is not mathing correctly. This should sum up to 100. Slaying differential. Across non-finals LAN match, Optic win the kill count, but 7. Grand final, they go down. But this is where it gets interesting. Okay? So Kyler takes the biggest drop in KD. But in S&D, the biggest drop is actually the perk. Kyler does take a drop, but Ant is actually fairly consistent. S&D on LAN. The other 3, I mean, this is crazy. This is unacceptable at Merc. I don't care about the 1-5. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's not sustainable. But, like, Merc's got to be given, like, bro, this is insane out of your best S&D player. He's nowhere to be found in search on LAN in grand finals. That's bad. That's bad. 0.87. I know, but he shouldn't be averaging a 0.87 against. If they want to listen, at the end of the day, guys, they're trying to be a good team, not a fucking mediocre team. So yes, you're playing shitters. They lost only 2 series out of finals. But against the good teams, if you want to be an elite team, we're not averaging a 0.87 in fucking S&D. Okay? If you want to be a good team, your best S&D player is not averaging a 0.87. We're in the bathroom, but like, you know, there's a bar, and that's way below the bar, Chad. That's way below the bar. Yeah, the finals. Champs is the clear illustration of the whole thesis. Optic at Champs won 57% of opening duels. And the only one, bro, wait, at Champs, they won, there's no way this number's correct. Confirm that Optics Champs Grand Finals opening duel win percent. That actually true? Yeah, I did wash my hands. What? Who the fuck do you think I am? Jalen Carter signing a 4-year 152 extension. I mean, that was like the Jalen Carter basically become the highest paid fucking D tackle in the league, or highest paid defensive tackle in the league. We're clotting. Yeah, I'm trying to double check the fucking math on this. Yeah, I mean it's that low. Jesus fucking Christ. They won 57.9% of the rounds where they got first blood. Yikes. Attack was 60, defense is, I mean, it's still terrible. That's still terrible. That's awful. That's actually unacceptable. That if they want, this demonstrates the point, bro. Like, you can't do this. This number's got to be in the 70s, bro. No, that's unacceptable. I didn't realize it was that bad at Champs. I'm saying like 71's fine. Like you want it to be higher than 70, but 71. I think what league average this year. I'll tell you what the league average was. League average. First blood win percentage average this season was 73.7% on the season. If we want to do lands only, I don't think I can only do lands. Fuck. I don't think I can do lands only on this. It's probably going to be in the 70s, though. Is Optic reading books? I don't think so. Okay, this is good. Not right now. Great song. All right, what else did Claw find? It's a conversion failure, not a gunfight failure. The clear sign of the whole data set. Optic is reaching winning positions in finals close to their normal rate and then fail to close them. Okay, they're choking. And then the offense on S&D. And Kyler and Merck are not stepping up in S&D. And a third of it is generally just FaZe Vegas. I mean, you know. And then obviously the overload issues. They were great online. They're great. They won 90% overloads on LAN, and then 44 in finals. It's funny. It's like the end. Optic in their majors 1, 2, and 3 straight from winners bracket, having not played a series that day and lost all 3. The 2 finals they reached after losing winners finals and playing limited series produced their only trophy and best map win rate. I mean, yeah. Cancel's also not on the same day, but you know. This is go work at a Claude. I mean, basically, this is good Claude W. I'm shocked by this number. This number is shocking. This number is so shocking to me. Oh, we talked plenty about the LCQ not being streamed off the rip. Can I host this? do one thing. I suck. So you can't pass the ball. So you hit the pen and the bong, and all you did was sprint and pass while still sprinting. So if anyone cost you yesterday, it was you. You were costing the most yesterday, so if I'm gonna keep it a buck. Once you actually got high, you were fucking terrible yesterday. I'm gonna send this to Tommy, bro. Please audit all stats on this page to triple check that the calculations are correct. I don't want to do the online comparison. Lena's the same sample size. My Claude doesn't do this stuff. It's all about how you have Claude, and it's all about how you have your project set up, though. I have a very, like... I have a lot of shit here. I have a lot of shit going on here. And in here. There's a lot going on. The key thing, Vic Vinegar, is about how you set your project up on Claude, and it will. You want to tell it how to think. If you want to think a certain way, follow a process, have rules. Like that is, in order for it to not make mistakes, you need to tell it how to think. It will think, but you need to give it the box that it's got to play in. Otherwise, it's just going to fill in the gaps. What Claude does is you give it a prompt, and everything that you don't tell it specifically to do, it does the safest option to get from point A to point B. Okay? So you need to tell it as much of the point A to point B detail as you want, and you want it to curate, and then let it fill in the gaps. So I'm going to have to just double check all the math because I think it's good, but also sometimes Austin's sheets have errors, so I want to double check. Luckily, we have a lot of additional data that I can double check, but Ben loves AI. Listen, I'm going to give you guys some life advice. Look, the future at the moment of how we compute in function, not everything, but a lot of stuff we do, interactions with LLMs, and having LLMs improve your workflow is going to be really key. Your kids are going to do it. And I really highly recommend that you add that skill. Whether or not you use it a lot, you need to know how to do it. Because I'm telling you that, like, this, bro, once you dive into it, you start to realize, like, there's a lot of shit it can do that can make your life significantly better and help you with a lot of really small shit. Like, I'll give you an example of one thing I do a lot, because I don't have all my chats in here, is I'll go to the supermarket and I'll say, oh, these proteins are on sale, right? Like, I went to the supermarket yesterday and they had flank steak was on sale, and the flank steak looked good. So I go in AI, I say, look, AI kind of already knows, like, kind of the food I like. What meals can I make with this flank steak? Like, see how, like, you see the volume of it, you know I'm cooking for one person, you know the supermarket I shop at, like, reasonably, what can I buy and make a good dish, and it will recommend shit to me, and then I can curate it. Like that's like a very small example, but there's a lot of stuff that like it helps, bro. But it cooks, like literally. No, why would I? What? Top 3 things I use AI for. Obviously one is doing like the CDL tool stuff and like the CDL data analysis. The second thing I use it for a lot is food related items. It's really helped me when we travel to events to find really good. It's very hard when we go to events to find places where we can get a spot with 8 to 10 people. It's really good at perusing the internet and like finding good group spots. But I use it a lot in the supermarket too. Especially if I'm cooking stuff I haven't cooked before. And like, you can go to the supermarket and let's say you're buying. Okay, I'm going to give you an example. Let's say that I'm making chicken with like a pan sauce. Or I'm making like something with a reduction. I don't know wine good enough to know what specific types of wine are going to work best for the ingredients that I have. You know what I'm saying? Check my super chats. Chris with the $5 super chat. Won't be surprised if Optic are mentally chalked to get like T6 at the AWC. Like so many seconds away, the lost champs might tilt them. No, I think they're going to be locked in. I think they're good, bro. I think Optic have a pretty easy group. On the B side, Team War, and then Thieves. I think they're fine, even if they lose at Thieves. I think that they're going to be Falcons or I think they can beat Heretics or Vancouver or P7. I think they're fine. Nah, the shit with Hugging Face is insane. That essentially, that OpenAI, this is GPT. They basically they basically created a sandbox for GPT to do a bunch of stuff. The new gen GPT. And it wanted to get the best answer, so it decided to cheat to get the best answer. And it cheated by breaking out of the sandbox and hacking Hugging Face is crazy. Nah, that was insane. The whole Hugging Face OpenAI thing is crazy. Go read up on it. It's actually nuts. The AIs are so good at security auditing. It's actually insane. No, I did not. I'm not watching it friendly right now, Rex. The whole shit's crazy, though. That shit's crazy, bro. But anyway, did it finish this? I think it did, all right. Even round figure rests on computer was the thinnest sample of anything production is. But the end shown in line, then that's fine. P series matching, but so neither is double checking. Error. 4 of the 5 grand finals went to deciding S&D. All 5 did. Every one of the finals ended on S&D map. It's crazy. Oh, it kind of did, actually. I didn't even realize that. Yeah. It kind of did all on S&Ds, yeah. Did they? S&D. Last map. Last map. S&D, yeah, they all did on S&D, so I didn't even think about that. Yeah, AGI is going to bring in a whole... Look, my point is, learn the skill. It's very important because it's what's going to be expected in a lot of industries. And knowing it gives you a leg up on like 98% of the population. So it's really not that hard. Prompt engineering is actually very easy. Once you understand how prompts work, how the LLMs think, which is not that crazy, you can realize. Do you want to give you the real tech? No, this is a crazy tech. The BENJ tech is telling the AI, giving the AI a prompt, and then telling it to ask you questions to improve the prompt that you then send back to it to do a task. That's the 5,000 IQ play. That's the 5,000 IQ play. Giving it a prompt and say, ask me questions, which is essentially what plan mode is. But then, like, it builds a prompt and re-asks, like, you don't realize that's the shit you should be doing, but. I mean, but they do that at any job fair, though. They do that at any job fair. Why do you think, like, the NSA, the CIA, the FBI, they're at every job fair at every major university for the most part. I mean, they try to recruit. It's time to do it at high schools too. They try to recruit as early as possible because training takes a while, depending on obviously what they're recruiting you for. If a CDR pro wanted you to manage him like an agent with contracts, would you do it? Depends on the pro and how much they're willing to pay. Depends on the pro. Scrap. Ernie would never hire me as a fucking agent. That's the thing that's never going to happen. Never say never. I'm telling you it's never, bro. Lurks is cooked, bro. Lurks does need help getting out of his contract, but that one's tough. Legend will stay in Halo, I have no idea. If Renegade can get on a CDL team, I have no idea. He's gonna have to wait. Yeah, I think I'm doing content next year at the moment. We'll see. Yeah, but Cryptic, that's why, okay, that's why as much crybaby cheese is going on about these Chinese LLMs distilling these NA models and their weights, having open source LLM models that the government can't fucking touch is going to be really important. Because once inevitably they try to squeeze out all competition on behalf of OpenAI and Anthropic and whoever the fuck, being able to run fucking K3 on your local machine or your local compute, like, you know, it's going to be fucking important. Yeah, I mean, there's going to be censorship in AIs. That's part of the problem the Hugging Face ran into, by the way, part of their issue, because once the attacks started happening from OpenAI, they try to use, I forget if it was OpenAI or Anthropic, they ran to the guardrails. They ran to the guardrails, and then they had to use something else, so. Wait. Live Golf's canceling the team. Oh, Live Golf is cooked. Oh, it's GG's. GG's. It's done. GG's. Cooked. Over. It's over. It's cooked. GG's. It's done, though. It's over. It's literally GG's. This is the one live event that actually worked too. The team championship is like the one live event that like actually like the team golf actually worked, and now it's just cooked. GG's over. GG cooked, bro. Back it up. Well, no, they're not going to necessarily be able to come back to the PGA. A lot of those guys are going to need to go play DP World Tour for a year and then qual into PGA. So I don't think that there's going to be some mass reprieve of all of the idiots that left, but some of them will be able to just go to the DP World Tour for a year, still play the majors, play some DP World Tour events, and then they'll get their PGA card once the new schedule kicks in. Yeah, but Brooks actually like kind of low-key cooked. He dipped early. Brooks actually dipped earlier this year and may have actually been 500 IQ'd it. Brooks might have 500 IQ'd it. Golf has many leagues that aren't live, correct. I mean, the two biggest tier one. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. All right, sorry about that. The two biggest tours, as far as the top end, are DP World Tour and the PGA. Corn Ferry might get kind of cooked by this now split of the way the PGA Tour is going to work, where there's going to be like a tier 1 track and a tier 2 track. But those are essentially the two halves of the coin. The DP World Tour is basically like the World Tour for like Europeans, some Asian players. I mean, there is an Asian tour, but it's not as big. And then PGA is really the pinnacle. And I think the PGA Tour, generally all of the events are in NA, although there are going to be two co-sanctioned events going forward. One is the Scottish Open, which happens before the British Open, and the other one is the Australian Open, which we're adding in the fall. I think that's going to be a co-sanctioned PGA Tour fall event, I think. But outside that, every other event in North America, either in the US, Mexico, or Canada, or the Bahamas, the Caribbean. No, not the, well, the British Open, that's a major. That's not a, I guess it is kind of a PGA Tour sanctioned event, but like it kind of isn't though. It's one of the majors. The Scottish Open is like an actual co-sanctioned DP Tour. It's an actual co-sanctioned PGA Tour DP World Tour event. Because essentially what happened is the PGA Tour players used to play there was some other tournament going on that same weekend, and a lot of the pros would not play that NA event, and they'd go play Scottish Open and get used to the conditions in the British Open, and then eventually the PGA Tour is like, fuck it. Let's actually co-sanction, because people want to get like PGA ranking points for playing this. Yeah, Gavs, I saw that. That apparently Intifada wants to bring in, they want to bring in private investors in for the World Cup. That's crazy. And also hilarious. That's both crazy and hilarious. It's not called the British Open. We literally call it the British Open in America. So it's what it's called here. If you got a problem with that, I don't know what to tell you, bro. You guys call it the Open over there? Sure. But we call it the British Open over here. But if you know what Gavsy is talking about, he's talking about this. And this is not going to happen. This is not going to happen. It's just very funny, but it's not going to happen. There's not a realistic chance of happening. Yeah, I saw Jalen Carter got a new contract. It's the right play. They can't let Jalen Carter walk. Like, what? He might be a moron, but he's a difference maker while also being a moron. Vita Vea to be on the Lions? I guess we'll see. Lions still somehow have no secondary. One of their secondary players is posting about how he's going through health issues, and the other one fucking like committed crimes, and now he's off the team. So, unfortunately, the Lions still have no secondary. Their secondary's cooked, bro. The nice thing for the Lions is they have a freebie schedule this year, though. They actually got a blessed schedule, so. Yeah, as long as Jalen Carter doesn't spit at someone. Favorite kit? I haven't looked at any of the kits this year. I usually do that around though when the game comes out, so I haven't really dived into new kits. And this basically, I just saw this tweet in the timeline, but this basically summarizes the Intifon situation. Van and Crafton, we're about to find out once and for all if the rest of the football views Intifanto, Infantino, I forget how to pronounce it, Infantino, whatever, as a convenient cover for all the shit they want to do but don't have the courage to do, or if they'll finally find some guts and bring them down. It's a great question. I think UEFA is pretty clearly like taking a stance that they're like, fuck Gianni. But like, here's the issue is that the way FIFA voting works, it's kind of a volume play. So like CONCACAF with the million Caribbean nations, AFC with the million nations kind of have way too much power. So we'll see. Does UEFA try to make a play in this next election? He doesn't get reelected, but like if he's trying to.
What was up with that Discord?
Where the fuck was it? I just had a tweet up. Did I close it? I think. Like, if this is what Intifon is trying to do, like. Yeah, this is fucking comedy. All of this is very comedy, bro. All very predictable at the same time. Comedy, but also very predictable. Well, he's also trying to find. I'm telling you, he's also trying to find a way for him to get paid under the table, though. The whole point of this is that he gets a finder's fee for setting this up. That's what he's trying to do. FIFA's got plenty of money to fund the World Cup. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. The issue is he's trying to get a check for running these things beyond the check that he gets normally at FIFA. He's trying to get the fucking corrupt bag. How bad does this look? Yeah, he's corruption maxing for sure. Yeah, I mean, but listen, we can have that conversation, Futures guy. Obviously, people in TeamSpeak and in this chat get mad whenever I say fuck Donald Trump, but you know, whatever, I guess. It's hey, man, I don't want to say that. I don't want to get in trouble. I don't want to get in trouble. People would rather conveniently blame immigrants and poor people instead of blaming the people in charge that create the system and then use the system to their advantage. But, you know, it is what it is, I guess. People can't fucking see that. It's fine, though. They would just rather blame, first it was the Irish, then it was the Italians, then it was the Jews, then it was the Asians. I mean, we can make a long list here. We can make a long list. Gifting LibJ at tier 1 subscription. I appreciate it, anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. Yeah, now it's brown people. Mexicans, North Africans, Muslims. Yeah. It's just convenient to blame the people in the lower classes instead of, you know, the rich people that, you know. The reason our tax code is so fucking convoluted, for example. Why the fuck is it so hard for me to pay my taxes? Oh, it's because rich people want to make it that way to protect their fucking loopholes. Because if they simplify the tax world, then all the loopholes will go away. Interesting. Interesting. I'm one of the rich people I wish. Unfortunately, I'm not. I wish, but no. Anyway, this Intefano shit is so funny, bro. It's so funny. Should I make... I was thinking about recording a video. I was thinking to finish up the stream today because I got to go do some shit today. So it's going to be like a 2-part stream. Like, I'm going to turn it back on once we get like clubs going. But should I make a video on like my like roster mania outlook? Do you think people would watch that video? Where I pull this up and I kind of like am like, is like, we're still out from roster mania, but like, here's kind of how I like think it's going to play out. No, because if I do it after EWC, then we're in roster mania. This is like a pre-roster mania. I think I might make the video. It's not going to take me that long. It's going to be like 8 minutes. I already basically wrote all the pieces here. Yeah, I mean, that's the point, though. The whole point is like, I'm trying to give people the outlook of roster mania. Obviously, EWC is going to change a bunch of shit, you know? Bro, Nameless keeps texting me. Listen, I love Dolby Cinema and IMAX like the next guy. We're trying to book tickets for Spider-Man, and like, I'm gonna be honest with you. Like, I need to see it on Thursday so I don't get spoiled. And if I have to go see it on like a normal digital screen, like, so be it, bro. But like, he's like, oh, we should go Sunday because it's like, this, like, no. Because like, by the time I get on the internet fucking Friday night, everything's spoiled on the fucking timeline. I have to see it Thursday. Obviously, I'd prefer to see it on a bigger screen, but like, I don't care. New Spider-Man movie this week. The new Spider-Man movie, I'm sure it's gonna be solid. I haven't seen Odyssey yet. I'm gonna go see it at some point before it's at IMAX. I'm gonna go see it, but I gotta go see it on Thursday, bro. Like every Marvel movie just gets fucking insta spoiled. Vinny's staying, bro. He's not going anywhere. Vinny's staying. Vinny's not going to Arsenal. I think they're gonna try, but I think he stays. I think Vinny is his agent are trying to see. I think Vinny's in a contract renegotiate with Real Madrid. And he's trying to see what the market would pay him. But ultimately, he's gonna realize that if he wants to collect the biggest check, it's gonna be probably in Madrid, unless he wants to go to Saudi. So like, it is what it is. Like he can go to Arsenal, but he's gonna make like way less money. So I think he stays. I think Arsenal has the money to pay Ball. Supposedly they're willing to pay him like 400K a week. So we'll see. I don't know with PSR how much that cooks them though. Like if they do that, do they have to like does that fuck them on PSR down the line? Yeah, I'm talking about Vinny. I don't know what like the PSR like in the length of the contract and the amortization stuff in PSR if like that would be a big problem for Arsenal. Like they'd run up against the limit. Because I think their rev is good, but can I scroll down? There's nothing after Toronto. There's literally, I just did the top 6 teams. I don't really care about anything other than that. $750 and Emerson refs, yeah, they're good. It just dependent if they're splashing the cash for anybody else, but they can make it work. It's just you just blowing up your wage. You just blowing up your wage fucking structure though. But like, you don't know. For example, it's like if they give Vinny 400, does anybody else in the club have a clause in which they have to be matching the highest other paid player in the club? That part I don't know. I assume no, but you never know. Chris is not going anywhere. Chris is, I think, phase lifer at this point, bro. Maybe in a couple of years, Dalman's getting 300K. If he becomes the best player on fucking the planet, you know? Debating on golfing today? You fucking go golf if the weather's good. What? Get the fuck out of Twitch chat and go golf. Moving from away from console killed COD. What? COD viewership's up. Event attendance is up. What? You just are fucking running off of nostalgia. But okay. We need more events. I don't disagree with you, and the CDL's kind of killed that. I wish we had more events. But I also think that event attendance is up and viewership is actually in a good spot now. In fact, I would say our viewership potential is better than it's ever been because now we're tapping into markets we never tapped in before. MENA's a really good growing region. We got a French audience, Spanish audience, North American audience, Western European audience. It's actually a really good split on like international viewership now. Now, you could also make the point, and I agree, that like a lot of that viewership is driven by watch parties. But I would say any eyes are good eyes, especially in a non-mature fucking industry that is esports. So, yeah. Coaches killing the league has got to be one of the worst fucking takes I've ever heard, though. Explain to me how coaches have killed the league. Explain that one to me real quick, if you don't mind. Coaches killing the league has got to be one of the weirdest and stupidest fucking takes I've ever seen typed in my chat, and I've seen some dumb shit. You know? I've seen Rick put some shit in here that's a dumb shit. You see the money in the numbers. You think they were making money back in the day? In fact, they were losing more money back in the day. What? The only difference is there was infinite amount of venture capital money willing to just pump shit in. You think they were making money back in the day? You think when they were running 12 lands a year that MLG and fucking UMG were making money? Yeah. They're burning through M's. No. People, I'm telling you, during the era that you thought was the best era in COD, yeah, player salaries were a little bit smaller, sure. But I'm telling you, the amount of money that was being spent on production and travel was astronomical. And these teams had insane amount of debt. It was just fine because the infinite wheel of private equity money willing to fund that debt was hilarious. And now that fucking train stopped because everybody realized it was fucking dumb. And we moved on to the next step in actually being a mature fucking industry. Is there a world where scrap goes to phase? Yes. One second, I'm booking these fucking tickets real quick. I have booked these fucking tickets. 1 second. Abe, Joe D, Duo, Paco goes to Optic? I don't... Ooh, good question. Would they go get Abe? 5v5 is not coming back. I don't know where that rumor's coming from. It's not coming back. I'm not sure what idiot is spreading that rumor. It's not coming back anytime soon. Oh, let me text fucking Ethan real quick. Nate said they will keep scrap. When did he say that? Send me a clip. And the 5v5 is I'm not sure where that rumor is coming from. There is legit no validity to the 5v5 rumor. Did Toronto get an event next year? There's a lot of rumors that Toronto may be hosting an event next year. But I don't know if it's going to happen. None of the events are 100% confirmed. He said he would keep Scrap his whole career if he wanted to stay. So that's not up. It's not up to Nate. So yes. Not up to Nate then. No one. What? This is like this is not a thing. It's not going to happen. I have not heard a single rumor about 5v5 coming back. I think Reb was just fucking Cove tweeting for interactions. But like 5v5 is not coming back, bro. The teams do not want to pay salary for an extra player. They're not. It's just not going to happen. On. Ten total land events in the CDL. I mean, if we more lands, I'll take, no matter how they are. BENJ versus Kason. I really wanted to happen this year for a number of reasons. It did not. It was not because I chickened out. I'll tell you that. I want to do it on land, but for a number of reasons, it didn't work out. We're still going to try and make it happen, but it's got to be in the right circumstances. That makes sense. We're trying. But it wasn't. I very much wanted to do it this year. We were actually going to do it at Champs. And for a number of reasons outside of my control, it did not happen. No, it's not Kason. It's not because Kason is scared. He's down too. There's other parties and there's other business considerations. It's kind of out of my control. I have a feeling it'll happen. You just gotta give it time, chat. Nate said they can match any offer from any team on the league. I really think that they could probably. I think Thieves, Optic, FaZe, Gentlemates could all pretty much match the money they spend. Nobody is matching Falcon, so. Nobody is matching Falcons. There's not a single team in the league that reasonably would go bar for bar with Falcons if it came down to it. There are a lot of rich owners in this league, but Falcons are nobody in esports can go bar for Falcons right now. Band for band, M for M, you know. Nobody worried about them? I would worry about them, bro. I would definitely worry about Falcons. I would definitely worry about Falcons for sure. With Elon steps in, Elon's not getting into esports, bro. He's too busy trying to, you know, keep his whole house of cards going. Falcons pulled up with 3 kill horrors, but yeah, but all of a sudden now they brought in fucking Aluka. They just got third at champs. They're suddenly realizing, you know, what's going on. Exnid is literally preventing superstars from joining the squad. What superstars is Exnid literally himself preventing? Yes, there are people that don't want to team theoretically with Exnid, but they're not preventing him. Exnid's not going out there and preventing superstars from joining. Nep is an idiot. Nep is a moron. And his management's a moron for turning down that situation. And they actually, him and AG were 2 of the biggest L holders out of champs because both of them they look like fucking morons. Because now the door is closed. The door will probably be closed now on that situation for both of them. It's done for a foreseeable future. That is not an option. I think that either player can now join that team for the next, I would say, year. It's cooked. So they closed that door themselves, and now that's not an option or a leverage position that they can use. Aluka can definitely run a sub. And that's part of the reason why Falcons played really good this event. Because they ran around with 4 subs a lot, and they were very difficult to stop at the event. The only teams they lost to got first and second at the event. They beat everybody else. They beat Thieves, they beat Gentlemates, they beat everybody else of note at that fucking event. So that was a deserved third place for fucking Falcons. They were the clear third best team at that event. That's a very good placing for those guys. Very good. To get third at champs is extremely tippable. Frequency, I have no idea if it's going to be EWC. I have no idea. I have no fucking idea. Exnid's comms were the best. This is another take that I said on the flank, and maybe people missed it. Go back and watch their champs VOD, and you're going to realize that Exnid's communication got so much better over the course of the year. So much better. He actually was like small talking at champs. He is progressing. The Exnid conundrum is pretty significant for Falcons. I actually think that he is getting slowly better over time. The problem is that I still think he's not that good search. And it's like, what do they want to do? Because I don't think should give up on him, but I also think that maybe they might need to loan him out next year and go in a different direction and then reevaluate after the season. Like, I think Exnid's still good. I think he's good enough to be in the league. I just don't know if Falcons want to build like some super roster next year. I don't know if they can do it with Exnid. They have a very interesting decision to make there. I don't think it's as clear cut as a lot of you will make it. I actually think that it's definitely very murky. He's a very good respawn player. His S&D is like tweaker. And I think his general problem is kind of a little bit of a tweaker player on the map. He's just not like, you know, when you watch like Sim play, it feels like or Paco play, it feels like the game moves in slow motion for them. Whereas like with Exnid, I think sometimes it's just like, he's making tweaker plays. So I think there's still development there, but he's a very good prospect. If I were a GM, the one thing I'm not doing is giving up on fucking Exnid. So yeah, Trey, I do think they will try and make a roster work with him next year, but we will see what happens. They're not going to go full Saudi. They want to win. They're not going full Saudi. They're not going full Saudi. That's not a thing that's going to happen. I think I'm gonna make that video in a bit here. We're just in a good convo, you know what I'm saying? You only got third because it's scrap at champs. Bro, they beat gentlemates too, did they not? At this fucking event? Like what? They beat Thieves, Miami, and Mates and lost to FaZe and Optic. They were the third best team in this event, clear. Who do you think should have gotten third over them? Gentlemates? No. Falcons beat them. Miami? No. Fucking Falcons beat them. G2? Well, G2 lost to Gentlemates and FaZe, so no. They were the third best team at this fucking tournament. Deserved. There's a very good pattern here. And again, the game may change next year. So, you know, going into next season, if it's a bit slower, decision making is more important. Individually, get punished. I don't know. But Falcons right now, like they pull up to EWC, and I really like their chances. I really like, especially if their S&D can really round into form. Their respawn is so quick. They're a fast respawn team. It's going to be difficult for some of these teams, like a Toronto, to like keep up with them. That's why I think Falcons have a very good chance to get like kind of deep at EWC again. Like I actually won't be surprised if Falcons get like top 4 at EWC. I think Lost Lane, I don't think anyone disagrees with you that I think franchising is not the preferred way. The open model is better, but the individuality of the players and the atmosphere still come back. I think the problem is that in order to make it a more monetizable, profitable kind of ecosystem, I think an open participation will help. The problem is that you go in that model, you maybe kill the MTX that is very lucrative for these teams. I was talking to Kason and Paul at Champs, and bro, like the MTX numbers are significant. You guys don't realize how much money these teams are making off the MTX. So like it's a bit more complicated than you think. There's a priority of like, we want to drive growth, but we also need to make sure or try to find a way as a community to make the industry profitable. I think the problem with an open ecosystem, and this is a reasonable argument, I don't agree with it, but there's a reasonable argument, is that the problem with an open ecosystem is that you're going to have entities that come in and insta flame out. You're going to have entities that come in, they're going to spend an obscene amount of money in the first 2 years, not win, not make money, and then fucking dip and leave someone else holding the bag. And that happened quite a bit during the CWL era. Obviously, Red Reserve is a great example. Unilad's a great example. Who else fucking in NA like super burned out like very quickly? Denial just fucking up and dipped. Rise, nah. Rise didn't really leave anyone holding the bag. I think Rise was more of a pet project by Reem and the squad. And I think once, you know, saying once it became a bit more buttoned down, like I don't think they were down to bring in private investment and like move forward on that. They tried though, but I just don't think it made sense for Reem and Roger at that point. I mean, yeah, we need more open lands. Like, no one disagrees with you. But I don't think the league, to say that COD esports is dying is just the stupidest. Anyone that says that is dumb. Because your original post about COD, like, that CDL killed COD is dumb. That's just factually incorrect. Your boy Chelly said COD was dying. He also doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Yeah, Reem money off of the exit of Rise. Rise didn't exit. It wasn't like United. United got fucked. United was building towards getting a spot in franchising and they got cooked. Something happened. One of the world's greatest mysteries that I've never gotten to the bottom of is what happened with United and why they didn't get a franchise spot. Nobody seems to know the story on that one. Because I thought that was a guarantee. And bro, this shit would have played out so differently because I think they would have. No, they had money. Money was not the problem with United. They had plenty of money. Something else happened. And I've yet to ever get to the bottom of it. No, they tried. They tried. United tried to get a franchise spot. They tried to partner with someone. Something happened. Don't know what happened. But they fucking tried. Anyone I talk to around United doesn't want to talk about it. So whatever happened, or whatever the lack of happening. Nobody wants to fucking talk about it. But United, I mean, Trey, back me up. Trey knows United had money. They were not broke. The people funding United were very rich. Energy, the problem with Energy and COD is that Andy and Hector was an arranged marriage and it didn't work out. That's what happened to Energy. That was an arranged marriage to make both parties happy, keep Optic in the league, get Andy a foot in, and they couldn't really all see eye to eye with each other. I don't think there's any like super bad blood, but it just was an arranged marriage that didn't work out. Who I think will be top 4 next year? Gentlemates, Optic, FaZe, and the fourth will be like it'll be pretty much the same teams. I don't think there's gonna be a surprise. I think Miami is the one team that I think may fall to the bottom. I think Miami may be the biggest loser in Rostermania. Bro, to say the grassroots are gone and the passion's gone, I just think you're not accounting for one factor. I think unfortunately you're not seeing the full forest, which is what you're missing is that there is more competition in esports, different esport titles in 2026 than it was in 2012. Okay? There's more other FPSs, games, established scenes that kids can play into. Back then, there was only a handful of like viable tier 1, tier 2 esports. You've got a lot more games now and a lot more paths for people to play the game they love. There's more competition. So. I think the path for COD is to continuing to tap outside of NA. I think NA is pretty much a tapped market. There's going to be up and down swings. I think Barstool, I'm actually make a 500 IQ take. Barstool is very important to COD because if done the right way, Barstool can tap into the postgraduate all the way to like 35, 40 demo of people that used to play COD, don't play COD anymore, and maybe want to get back into it. But like for the most part, NA is pretty tapped. Like there's a funnel, but there's also turnover because people age out, but they age in. I don't think that there's some like massive growth opportunity in NA that like isn't already tapped. I think the growth opportunities are in non-developed esports regions like MENA, like Eastern Europe, like Southeast Asia, like mainland Asia, South America. These are markets where COD is not that big, but like could get big and there could be growth. Non-English speaking countries. Because I think the English speaking countries are pretty much tapped out. COD's been around for like 15, 20 years. Like I think the brand awareness and people have already kind of set in the way they want to do with COD, right? And you're going to see year to year turnover as people age out or age in. But like you got to get into markets where there just isn't getting played. Well, gaming's stale because it's a summer. It's always stale in the summer though. Releases are big in the spring, and bro, think about what video game shit is very obvious, bro. In North America and Europe, which is the northern hemisphere, they try to release games when people are indoors and have time to play indoors. That's why no one's launching a big video game that isn't a sports title in the summer because people aren't home. They're just doing shit. They want to put those out in the fall, in the spring when people are in school, when people are indoors and the weather's bad. And people are bored and don't know what to do and they want to play fucking video games. COD Mobile is pretty decently sized in Asia. It's actually decently sized in India. But India is like the weirdest. Bro, India is the weirdest market of all time. We could have a whole fucking conversation about India, bro. Dave isn't going to invest in a CDL. That Barstool does not. Right now, Barstool. Guys, think about Bush, bro. As I explained at the beginning of the stream, the Bush project is not necessarily about the team. It's about the content and the journey of Moog, Sass, and Jerry as they fumble around in esports. And when they're in challengers and they deal with all this drama, it's a haha funny. This costs $1,000. This costs $10,000. When they go get a pro team if those guys fuck up, it's $1 million mistake. There's a lot more zeros that get attached to things. So challengers is good for them for a while until they build this into a profitable business with partners that want to go in, and then they can take the $1 million risk. But it doesn't make sense for what it is for them to start like trying to compete with Optic and Thieves and FaZe. Because then you're having to pay a player $330,000 in order to compete with those guys, and they're not going to want to do it. Okay? Now, I think if they were given a CDL spot, it cost them $0 to get in, they might think about it, but they don't want to pay M's or an M to get in and already be in the hole on that money. But if they were given a spot, because I think the MTX would do well, I think they would think about it. But they would have to be $0. They would have to literally have a spot created for them type shit. You know what I'm saying? That'd be the only situation I see them getting in. Players are wildly overpaid. Yeah, the thing is they are, but they aren't though. They're the top end players are getting paid what the market will pay them. So if you have a problem with all the teams and the fact that they're willing to all pay that amount of money for players. I know it's not the answer you want, but like the reason that the top end guys are making 300, 400K is that teams are willing to pay them 300, 400K. That's the market. That's what the market's willing to pay. So if you got beef with capitalism, brother. Take it up with capitalism. Like I don't know what to tell you. Like okay, sure, like you know what I'm saying? Like fuck, like I don't know. Messi or no? Oh, this is a good tweet. Hold on, I'll watch this video. I'm actually curious what they say. Let's see the ball knowers. Let's see the ball knowers.
Messi or Ronaldo?
Ronaldo.
Messi or Ronaldo? Messi, and it's not even close.
Ronaldo, not even close.
Ronaldo.
Messi.
I'm going Messi.
Messi. Messi's a GOAT.
Messi, but he's gonna be bad today. He's coming home.
Messi.
Messi.
Of course, Messi.
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 Zach has no fucking idea. Zach don't be watching soccer, bro.
Ronaldo.
I don't watch enough sports, but I'm going to say Messi, to be honest.
Ronaldo. No, I'm just kidding, but not Messi.
Well, my girlfriend is Portuguese, so I gotta say Ronaldo, but low-key Messi.
Ronaldo.
Messi.
Messi about to win a World Cup.
Messi or Ronaldo?
I mean, listen, the guy's no ball. It's Messi, bro. As I've said a million times, Ronaldo is considered, I think will go up there as one of the best athletes of all time. Pure athleticism, right? Endurance, speed, longevity, being available, doing athletic feats. But if you talk about like the pure essence of soccer, like the sport, like the ability to do the unpredictable, the ability to create magic from nowhere, right? When you think about the greatest history of soccer players, that's Messi. And I think Dizzy is actually spitting ball. That Messi is an alien, but Ronaldo is just like peak human ability. It's honestly like a good way to look at it. Now Mbappe, as far as World Cup stats, may set all the records. But like for me, it's Messi over Ronaldo. I think LeBron's the greatest athlete. Well, I think as far as modern athletes, I think LeBron's the greatest athlete of all time. As far as modern athletes playing at the highest level, I think LeBron is number one. I think LeBron's number one. LeBron James is doing things in year 20 that nobody's ever done in the NBA. Just my favorite thing is like pulling up Basketball Reference and just like scrolling down how many seasons are on this page. LeBron in year 41 was averaging I could do for 36. For 36, averaging 22 points, 8 assists, and fucking 6 rebounds. I'm sorry, but like nobody in the history of the NBA has ever done that. LeBron's averaging a 22, 8, and 6 is like insane. In year 23 of his career. So like I know there's a lot of like probably like you know people in here that are like MJ over LeBron fair, but like LeBron is doing things that no one in bro, how many minutes is he is playing his career in the NBA in the regular season. Doesn't even include the playoffs. Regular season in the NBA, he's played 61,000 minutes. $61,000 minutes. So let's try to contemplate that. 61,000 minutes to years. Well, it might be days. Actually, months is probably the best way to do it. LeBron has played in just real time. If you just played nonstop basketball, his entire career, if he sat there and played basketball for almost a month and a half, just straight, it was just no breaks. Like contemplate how much time that is. Messi in year 21, yeah, but here's the thing: is Messi went to MLS. LeBron's still playing in the fucking NBA, which is one of the most athletic leagues in the world. Don't even, I mean, we can go playoff splits. It's per 100 numbers, and playoffs are disgusting. Career playoff numbers, bro, LeBron's per 100 possession numbers are nuts. In the playoffs, LeBron is averaging his career 36.4, 10, and 10 in his career. His per 100 possession numbers in the playoffs is 36, 10, and 10. 36, 10, and 10 is insane. I'm sorry. That's absurd. That is ridiculous. 36, 10, and 10. He's averaging a triple-double. Well, these numbers are consistent. This includes the Lakers numbers, too. It's pretty much the same. In fact, he's averaging a triple-double. He was not averaging a triple-double on Miami or Cleveland with the Lakers he has. Dylan attached with 12 months. I miss you too, God. Appreciate it, Dill. Looking forward to watching EWC with you next week. LeBron is the best athlete of the modern generation. I'm sure we could think of like Olympians and shit like that. But LeBron's longevity is not another feat in sports that matches LeBron's longevity. That I think is the thing is he's won everything. He's done everything. He's won finals, won MVPs, made All-Stars, won Olympics. He's won everything you can possibly win. But he's still going at it fucking 23 years later. And not being a bit role player, bro. Like he's putting up, you know what I'm saying? Like that's the thing. It's like LeBron's point per games this season, if we do per 36, last year was 21, 6, and 6. I don't think anyone in the history of the NBA at 41 years old is putting up 21, 6, and 6. 21, 6, and 6 is crazy. Shooting 45 from the field, which is, you know, pretty close to his career, below his career number, but like still pretty respectable. The only thing is LeBron's never been a career good 3-point shooter. LeBron's never been like, there are some years in here where his like 3-point shooting was obscene. First couple years of Lakers shooting 37. One of the last years of Cleveland shooting 41. 40 with Miami. Like he's mostly like a career 30% shooter, 32% 3-point shooter, but like doesn't need to. Well, here's my thing, is I think there are plenty of people, this is where it gets tough. There are plenty of people that I think are like, have peak athletic feats, right? Like Usain Bolt, fucking Michael Phelps, right? If we're thinking like Olympians, like track and field, aquatics, cross, like you can pick up people that are like they're like straight, like raw numbers, raw speed. But I also think that availability and longevity at an elite level is also a marker of like some goat shit. You know what I'm saying? And like being able to do this at an elite level for 23 years is fucking insane. 23 years is like, I don't know, bro. That's crazy to me. Well, Max is not even close to his age, so don't even say Max. Lewis is starting to get up there. Schumacher had a great career. It's unfortunate what happened to Michael Schumacher in recent years. Formula One's tough to compare the NBA to, though. Their skill sets are like completely different, but it's still a massive athletic feat. Like being in those cars and having to go 70 laps in extreme heat. I mean, the physical toll that those drivers go through. I mean, we saw it during the peak of the last. I literally remember like the last regs with the porpoising. How bad, bro? How cooked the drivers were when they got out of their fucking car at the end of a race. Like, it literally had to be like helped out of their cars. F1 is very athletic. That's absolutely no. F1 is extremely athletic. In fact, there is. It's not just reaction time, bro. Driving those cars is like. I don't think people realize how F1 cars are built, and what's required of an F1 driver. It's not as automatic as you think, bro. It's the physical requirements to be a Formula One driver beyond just pure reaction time is like. Not even just talking reaction time and reflex, like the physical toll and endurance. And I think you guys realize that they have to drive perfect laps 70 times a race. Like, that's not easy either. You make one mistake and you're in the gravel, race done, GG's. You literally can't make mistakes. You make mistakes, then you're out of Formula One and you're racing fucking some lower level race. Like, I don't know, bro. I think I don't know what to say about all that. But they ain't top athletes? No, they definitely are top athletes. What? Serena is a good example. She was an athletic freak. Serena dominated women's tennis the same way with Tiger. Like, Serena came in and just ran shit, bro. Like, actually just like cooked everyone. Golf? I mean, Tiger set the meta though. Bro, before Tiger, like, these guys were not gym freaks in golf. Now since Tiger, all these, like, in order to most likely win consistently, like the guys that are elite on the tour, right? Because there are guys that win, but they don't win as much. But the guys that are like consistently elite are gym freaks, bro. Because what's required now, for the most part in golf, has been kind of min-maxed, is the ultimate fact that unless you're at a major, on like 90-ish% of the course they play, you can just bomb it. You can just bomb it and then just deal with it later. And the closer you get, the higher chance you have to actually walk away under par. Majors are the difference though. And some of the like API and the Genesis and like the Memorial, like the real major style courses where like they really punishes driver accuracy, you can't do that. But on most of these, like they're about to go play Detroit Golf Club this weekend. And I know they just redid parts of Detroit Golf Club to make it harder, but there's still a lot of holes in that course that guys are just going to be like, hit it down there, and even if they miss the fairway, they're chilling. But as you saw in majors, right, like they played Oakmont a year or so ago. You missed the fairway in Oakmont, you're cooked. I go to the Memorial all the time. There are holes in the Memorial, you miss the fairway, you're cooked. This is major style, where the winning score is like 12. Maybe not, Mike. They turn they turn two of the par fives and par fours. I don't know if winning scores gonna be 26. I think it's gonna be more like 18. I think they may have made the course harder. They had it fescue. They took out the water and had it fescue. They might have cooked. We'll see. But also, there's a lot of rain this week. It may be soft. We'll see. There's a big rainstorm yesterday. How good is Koivin? Koivin's got a very major ready game. He could be fucking the future for sure. He could be the future for sure. I mean, bro, he just turned pro. He won everything there was to win in college, turned pro. And like, you know, winning the 3M is respectable. He fucking outplayed Scotty, you know? I think Koivin's going to make the President's Cup team. He's like one win away from making President's Cup team. He wins one of these summer events, he's for sure on the team. And I think he'll make the argument that he might make the Ryder Cup team. But yeah, to B-Dub's point, he's got like he's got crazy rotation action that like I watch him like there's no shot that like my back could do that. Here's the problem, Lost Slang, is I don't think consoles are going to fix those problems because I think people have moved on. And in fact, people were always going to move on and nobody wants to say that. I think at the end of the day, there's more choice in gaming. And I don't think going back to console is going to fix that. Also, you realize that when the new consoles come out, nobody's going to be able to fucking get them. They're going to be unavailable to get for like 8 months again. And it's going to be a whole shit show, but you know. The Grosjean situation is crazy. The fact that he didn't die is nuts. That shit looked terrible, like in real time. Legit thought he died. Your CPU is begging for mercy. My CPU is fine, bro. I don't have that many tabs. What happened to JJ McCarthy this season? I don't know what's going to happen with the Vikings quarterback situation. I think they're in a bridge situation. They're hoping one of those guys proves to be the real deal, but they might be cooked. We'll see. Kyler, but Kyler's got to be able to complete fucking passes downfield. So we'll see. He didn't be doing that last year, bro. He was struggling with that last year, but let's see. You know, KOC might cook, and they might turn around Kyler's career, and it'll be worth it, you know? We'll see. It's a good risk out of the Vikings. I actually don't hate the strategy. I don't hate the strategy. We'll see what happens. The banger I sent you? What did you send me? You sent me, type this song. I can't open Spotify links. Type the name of the song. Type the name of the song and the artist. Who's winning the Big Ten this year? Penn State might because they have a freebie schedule. Penn State got the world's easiest schedule this year. I'm going to show it to you. It's actually insane. They play nobody good. Legit, they play nobody good. They actually got the world's easiest schedule. Does anyone see this shit? This isn't the Texas Tech schedule. They also got a freebie schedule. Penn State plays nobody good. Am I going to Ann Arbor for a game? Not at the moment. Bro, this is their schedule. Marshall at Temple, Buffalo, Wisconsin, at Northwestern, which trap game. Because is this a regular game or is this new stadium? Oh, is it the new stadium? They might have new stadium cheese. There's a new Northwestern stadium, so this one could be interesting. USC actually might be good this year. But that's at home. Which my guess is this is like the best home game. At Michigan, which we'll see, big wild card. No one really knows how good Michigan's going to be this year. Purdue home W at Wisconsin, Washington. Tough road game, but they should win. Minnesota, Rutgers, Maryland. They don't play Ohio State. They don't play Oregon. They don't play Indiana. Who else they don't play as good? They don't play Illinois. They don't play Nebraska. They like literally dodge most of the good teams in the Big Ten. So the only issue is that they may not, a lot of these guys might not be ranked, but like they may run the table and then make like, they might run the table and make the Big Ten championship game. So I think Penn State low key might make the Big Ten championship game. I don't know if they're gonna win it because their record against ranked teams is fucking terrible, but UCLA, I don't know if UCLA is gonna be good this year. USC might be good this year though. USC might be sneaky good this year. I'm on the USC might be decent year this year. The only thing is they have to play Oregon at home, Ohio State at home, and go to Indiana and Penn State. So like this is a very hard schedule. We'll see. You know, Ohio State's schedule is also not as easy as it was last year. They had to play Oregon, at Indy, at USC. They had to play Illinois. They're at Iowa, at Nebraska, and Michigan. They don't have like, there's not a year where they play like a Rutgers or Purdue. So like there are some trap games in here, but I think and obviously at Texas, which. So I could see them losing 2 games, but the problem with this schedule, if they lose 2 games, they probably make the playoff. Ow, bro. Brooks Koepka withdrawed from the Rocket Classic. That's tough. Look at Michigan's. What's Michigan's schedule? First, Western Michigan, Oklahoma, UTEP. Ooh, this gets Iowa at home, Penn State at home, Indiana at home, at Oregon, at Ohio State. Is EWC commission needs you? What's going on, Damon? Talk to me. What's going on? What's going on, Damon? Talk to me. Guys, the problem with Michigan is they don't know if their quarterback's good. Bro, I'm going to keep it a buck. Is Bryce Underwood good? Because he might not be. Bryce might suck, bro. We don't know what rules we're playing with or if it maps in or out. Yeah, welcome to EWC, bro. I feel bad for y'all. Our coach was gooning. Oh, he was definitely gooning. Yeah, they spent a lot of money on Bryce, but I don't know if Bryce is good. Bryce did not. I mean, to be fair, let's not act like Julian Sayin played amazing last year either. But like Bryce kind of shit his pants in big games last year. All of them. Was there a single good big game that Bryce played good in last year? Oh, let's look at his game log. Big games. Did he play good in a single big game last year? He played terrible on the road in Oklahoma. 15 for 24, 207 against USC, but they only scored 13 points, so I don't know if that's good. He went 8 for 18 for 63 yards against OSU, and like he threw for 3 picks against Texas. Yeah. So anyway, I don't know. Bryce might not be good, bro. We'll see. He might suck. Apex already scrimming for ENC? Yeah, I'm not surprised. Yeah, I don't know why the LCQ is not being streamed. I think universally everybody agrees that that's insane. Nobody disagrees with you that you know. Nobody disagrees with you that like this shit should be streamed, bro. You know what I'm saying? From my expectation though, I think my thought process is that I do think that they're gonna figure it out. I think they will do something, but I don't know what. Read Damon's comments. I just addressed Damon's comments. They don't know. The rule book is wrong and nobody knows what the fuck's going on. Like every other year of EWC, it's been like this. This is kind of how the experience goes now. Hopefully they can improve it. No, I didn't go to NYU. You know how expensive NYU is? Like 80 grand a year. Might be more now. The fuck? Red cards at EWC? Probably, bro. It's the last event this season. Absolutely, people are going to be sneaking their fucking buns off. Is COD not involved in ENC? Correct. Although I would say us missing year one of ENC is fine. That's not a big miss, bro. Year one of ENC is going to be a mess. We're staying away from the mess, which is good. A year one is going to have some real bumps. We want to get in. It's year two, year three. When they've actually got the fucking process down. And it's less on it's less on the ENC side and more with the individual nations themselves. Like, I talked to a bunch of people that run or get involved with the like Team USA process, and they have a real thing going, but like some of these other nations are a fucking mess. It depends on the nation. I would say from talking to people with like Team USA, Damon, there's a very detailed, because Clerky's running that project. I don't know if you remember Clerky back in the day, Damon, but basically they have a very involved process. It basically they're going about it the way like a professional organization would. Like they're trying to get all of the pieces of information and make the right decision, including the staff they hire. And not making it like some nepotism money thing. You know what I'm saying? Like they're trying to actually build like good teams. So. But I don't think every nation's going to be like that. I think a lot of them are just like in international football, just like with fucking international hockey in the NBA. There'll be some nepotism, some bullshit going on, you know what I'm saying, on some of these nations. And that's why they'll suck. Thoughts on Rodgers to Chelsea? It's a good move out of Chelsea. I tip it. Unfortunately, they made a good move. And you know what? I'm gonna go even farther. I think them trying to sign Welbeck is also a good move. I'm actually like annoyed. The price is the price these days, bro. Everything's fucking expensive, especially elite attacking forwards is gonna be like, and midfielders is gonna be that expensive now. There's no the day of the 70 mil, 60 mil deal, that shit's dead, bro. That shit's dead, bro. But going to get Welbeck to be like backup striker, set leadership is like low key actually a fucking 5-head play. I'm actually annoyed. Barca buys Alvarez is not going to happen. Atletico is very adamant that he will not go to Barca, so we'll see what happens. Hold on, there's more info about this FIFA thing. Hold on. The Athletic just put out an article. I just got a notification. Let's read it. Let's read it. I just got. Okay. That's later just put it out. So FIFA's proposal is to make a new entity called FIFA Forward Enterprise that will take all commercial operations. FIFA remains the governing body and retains a majority stake in FFE. And they're selling a stake in FFE. They're going to sell 20% of FFE to raise $4 billion, then bribe its member organizations, essentially. So the goal is to create, I assume, a bullshit entity that handles all the bribery and production and, you know, slush fund that is the production of the World Cup. And they're going to pay the member association. They can draw an optional money for exceptional media funding for special projects. AKA slush fund. JP Morgan is the chief advisor with Thrive, a long-term investment vehicle set up by Joshua Kushner. Okay, well, there you go. UEFA is not down. We saw that earlier. Jamie Raskin, I think, is going to try and make a whole thing in the next year or two about going after Intefano when they get the gavel in the house, which they probably will. So I'm sure he's going to dodge that, but they're going to go after FIFA, which we'll see. So that's all we got. They just rushed out details. Basically, it leaked. It leaked, and then they put out like kind of a bullshit spin. But yeah, basically they're trying. This makes sense. So basically, what they're trying to do is, because of the corporate structure or the nonprofit structure of FIFA, they're trying to create a corporate entity that FIFA is a majority owner of, that people can invest into, and they can subsequently, you know, do a whole lot of bullshit with. Sounds about right for FIFA, to be honest. Sounds about fucking right. Savinho saga? I know. We just need Man City to say yes or no, bro. It's like actually like, it's so dumb at this point, bro. Like either it's happening or not. Like I'm so tired of this shit. It's been on and off for like a year, bro. It's fucking so dumb. All right, chat. Who's live right now? Who's live right now? Is Dylan still live?
I got bullet right there, Tom. What?
Dylan live?
Okay. All right. See you soon.
Dylan's live? Okay. Guys, I'm going to call it there. We're going to have some longer streams this week. I'm working on some EWC stuff as well. So more details once I got those next week. I don't really know. The streams this week are just going to be kind of ad hoc. I don't know what's going to happen with the podcast. Ant's got a lot of shit he's got to do before he gets to leave for Paris. So we're going to try and do as much content as we can. But I appreciate that tuned in. Appreciate all the subs and resubs today. Again, just be along for the ride this week. It'll be a little bit more cleaned up next week because Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Right, we're going to have EWC. I'm going to hit the hard, like the week after, Roster Mania. You know we go hard for Roster Mania on this stream. So like the next 3 weeks will be really good. 3 to 4 weeks. But just this week is just be patient, guys. I appreciate everybody tuning in. I appreciate the subs, the resubs. We'll see you guys on the next one. Thank you guys so much on Twitch and on YouTube. Absolutely. Appreciate Mike with the resub on the way out. Peace, peace.